call this meeting to order. Roll call.
President Mr. Nishii,
I'm here.
Vice President Mr. Noyola, Clerk Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. McCatton, Board Member Mrs. Mendoza,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
This evening we'll be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 6 matters, government section 54957, conference with the labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA pursuant to Government Code section 54957.6. We will be discussing a conference with the real property negotiator, 2 matters, Government Code section 54956.8, the Alondra property and the district office property for the lot behind nutrition services. We'll be discussing existing litigation, 2 matters pursuant to Government Code section 54956.9. The government will be going to closed session pursuant to 54956.9D1 to discuss 2 matters, but has determined that specifically identifying the matters would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. We'll also be discussing special education settlement agreement or set potentially with student OAH 2025080991 pursuant to Government Code section 54956.9. Are there any public comments on closed session?
Yes, we have one. David Howman.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Pyleman. I cannot give my full address in public as the governor has ruled that their word in my street name is racist. But let it just be said that I live in the southeast portion of Cerritos. As I said in 2023 when I previously spoke during this portion of your meeting, it's probably unusual for someone to speak during the public comment section prior to a closed session, but an item requires my comment prior to you going into closed session. According to the posted agenda for this closed session meeting, it appears that you are again dealing with the Alondra property, jointly owned by Norwalk, La Mirada, and you. I previously addressed the board on this issue. As I am not privy to all of the data that you have received and or will receive tonight, just let me give you some of the data which I know. When I spoke before, we knew we were dealing with a parcel that was adjacent to a former swap meet that was used for parking for the Excelsior football field and auditorium. We knew that the La Mirada Stadium was being remodeled and that there were plans to build a stadium at Glenn High School. Therefore, we knew that this parking lot would no longer be needed for parking for football games at the Excelsior field. Justifiably, we knew why Norwalk La Mirada was willing to part with this parcel. We had heard that the city of Norwalk had approved a 209-unit housing development adjacent to this parcel. At that time, there was no estimate when this development would be built. Therefore, at the time, the value of this parcel was unknown. Because I was working on the logistics of the request by Cerritos High School parents to have a pool constructed on the campus, I was investigating several items which might facilitate the pool construction or an alternate option. I visited the site. I had conversation with more than one La Mirada Norwalk staff member, including Edith Florence, the director of facilities for that district, whose office happened to be in the Excelsior building. At that time, I encouraged the board to not be hasty in their liquidation of this property. Unfortunately, today, a physical observation of the area would lead one to believe the residential project will not materialize. But in visiting Norwalk City Hall yesterday, I discovered that the plans have been drawn for the development, and it has been in the plan check process for several months. The best guess of the Norwalk planning staff is that the plan check process will be completed by the end of 2025. This, of course, does not mean that the development will be shovel-ready immediately after that date. So I again ask you to be cautious in the decisions you make. The property would, on the face of it, appear of low value, but its potential for retail or additional parking for this residential development still exists. Sprouts Market would not have decided to build here unless they expected apartments to appear. I'd appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
None.
Thank you. I have a motion to close session. All in favor say aye. Motion passes 6-0. AFSCME, and CSEA pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. We had a conference with real property negotiators, 2 matters, Government Code Section 54956.8, the Alondra property and the district property located behind Nutrition Services. We discussed existing litigation, 2 matters pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. In closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $119,500, attorney's fees of $10,000, compensatory education of $75,000, non-public school placement January 26 to June 26 of $34,500 for OAH 2025-080991 by a vote of 7-0. Tonight, we'll have a Pledge of Allegiance by Burbank Elementary School. They're accompanied by their principal, Dr. Jessica Hagg, Assistant Principal, Ms. Hernandez, and Student Council Advisors, Ms. Dell, Ms. Minihan, and Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, President Nishini, Vice President Nayola, Clerk Yokohama Bui, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, cabinet members, and community members. I'm Kingston, Burbank Student Council President and Dog Squad Captain.
I'm Vianney, Burbank Student Council Vice President.
I'm Dominique, Burbank Student Council Secretary.
I'm Mission, Burbank Student Council Treasurer.
I'm Amelia, Burbank Spirit Squad Captain.
We would like to invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart and place the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may now be seated.
We're here tonight as your special guides to showcase our amazing Bulldog pride. With over 24 cultures and spirit to spare, we are so excited we get to share.
Our studies are focused on skills that we need, like math, tech, and science to succeed. We've built a community of readers who are critical thinkers and natural leaders.
Our magnet program is truly unique. Stop by and you can take a peek at our folk arts, dance class, and musical plays, and a studio where our skills are displayed.
Our cultural heritage is a melting pot. We embrace the diversity that we got. We hail from Indian, Chinese, and Nepali shores, Southeast Asia, Mexico, and so much more.
When it comes to school spirit, nobody beats us. In the morning, there's a Paw Patrol to greet us. We've got recess rallies in the quad and the only hip-hop team and cheerleading squad.
There's so many notable Burbank features, our classroom, colleges, track team, and great teachers. But since our time to share is almost out, we'll just invite you to come see what we're all about. Go Bulldogs!
Oh, wow.
And our mascot, Lou the Bulldog, is here. We're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and we brought a treat for everyone in celebration.
I know what this is. Yes, you want to take a picture? Yes. All right, take a picture. We would like a picture if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I think you can't leave without a few board comments and questions, so we'll start with Board Member Leticia Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said my full name. I feel like I'm in trouble or something because my parents only say my full name when I'm in trouble. Thank you, Burbank, for being with us here tonight. Burbank is in my trustee area in the city of Artesia, and I'm proud to be their board member. And I especially like your mascot because I'm a bulldog. I went to Garfield High School, and so Garfield High School were bulldogs. And once you're a bulldog for life, okay? I really enjoyed hearing all of the activities that you're doing. I know we talked in the hallway that sometimes I can't make it because I'm a first grade teacher and I'm so tired. I'm like a little bulldog. When I get home, I just gotta sleep, okay? But I have something for you. You can only get these stickers here at the boardroom. Can you count how many students are here so I can tear them off? 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll give you an extra one for the bulldog, okay? Can you send someone up? So these are special stickers. You can only get them here at the boardroom. You're welcome. Don't put them like on your materials in your school. I don't know if your teachers like that, but you guys can put them
Not on the
somewhere
books.
else. Yeah, not on books or anything. Water bottles are good. But thank you guys so much. I will make it out to your school. I just can't tell when, but I'll be out there. And I want a picture. Can I take a picture with the bulldog before? Is the bulldog still here?
I may have to pass.
Oh, man.
I
Okay.
think we went on a walk. The dog went on a walk.
Next time when I go visit. But thank you so much. You guys did an amazing job. Thank you for being leaders at your school. Can I ask you one thing? You shared so many great things about Burbank. Can I ask you a question? If there's something that you would like us to change or support you at your school, what would it be? So I'm going to give you a couple seconds to think about it. What would you like the board to help the school support you guys, a program or something? It could be anything you want. Like, I can't give you more recess time. That's not, I can't do that. Okay, no.
Well, Millie, will you tell the board what our musical is this year and what part you will play?
Oh, yeah.
So our musical for this year is Matilda, and I am playing Matilda. I'd like some help and support with the stage.
Stage. On it.
All right.
Thank you so much. And just to the community, we went to a conference this weekend and we heard about all the great things that our student leaders come and tell us, but we want to hear the things that we are able to support you with, okay? So it's nothing too little, nothing too big, because we are here to support you. So I'm going to look at the superintendent. I'm going to say we're working on stage, okay? Thank you. Go Bulldogs.
Mhm. We have another comment. Ms. McHatton, Board Member McHatton.
I was very impressed with how you told us about what's happening at your school in Rhyme. You did a great job on that. And I went to your back to school night and was very impressed with all the things that are happening in your classrooms. And you just seem to have a lot of spirit. So continue on with that. And when is Matilda?
It's late January.
Okay, we have some time. Okay, thank you so much.
Della Rosa, as always, will email you the dates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Yes, thank you, President Nishi. I just want to share the president. You had an awesome, unique voice. Just grabbed everyone's attention. Thank you, guys. You guys did such a great presentation today.
Thank you.
All right. So does anybody remember a Godzilla last year at your trunk or treat?
Yes.
So that was me. But Board Member Leticia Mendoza was there as well. I remember her booth was very cool as well. So she's there also. You just don't always see her there. Yeah, and you guys have some great volunteers. Not just parents are really important, but people from the community come out to this school regularly, daily. They don't have any kids at the school. They just come out, and that's kind of an amazing thing to have that kind of support from the general community. So you guys have a great Christmas program. You got a great international program that I get to see, and not always the same countries all the time. It's just a unique, like I heard songs about Kenya, and I just don't even remember all the songs, but they were all over the place. Not always the ones that you would normally typically pick. So thank you for providing a real variety of things. And did any of your parents come here today? Can they please stand up? No, don't raise your hand. We're not in classroom. Stand up. Thank you. These kids were very articulate. I know that the future of ABC is well guaranteed with these kids and you have parents supporting them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's a good theater program. I'm going to go see that, Matilda. We got to figure out when that date's going to be. Yeah. All right. The next item is Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. We'll have a presentation. Okay. Attendance Awareness Month. Dr. Castro. Or actually, Dr. Ricardo Lois.
Good evening, board members, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yoko Yamabui, and other esteemed board members, Superintendent Zietlow and Executive Cabinet. I'm Ricardo Lois, the Director of Secondary Schools. Some of my work also falls under child welfare and attendance. This evening, I'm with Ms. Juana Mata, who is our Pupil Services and Attendance Coordinator in CWA, and we're talking a little bit about attendance. September is Attendance Awareness Month, and we're going to talk a little bit about our attendance awareness campaign, as well as some of the services that we provide throughout the year in the area of attendance and improving student attendance. We provide some of the research base. I won't go point by point because you can see them there, but there is a strong research base that if kids come to school regularly, they have better academic outcomes. It's pretty common sense, but it's been proven more and more. And if we see students having attendance difficulties early on in their education, they're more likely to continue throughout their education, and we see poor academic outcomes at the end of their educational journey, such as reduced graduation rate, reduced performance in academic areas. So attendance is a very important issue, especially post-pandemic, where across the nation, after COVID-19, we've seen attendance rates drop throughout the nation, chronic absenteeism increasing. And chronic absenteeism is one of our California dashboard measures, and it's simply any student who's missed more than 10% of the school year, so that's 18 absences. And we've seen an increase across the state and in our district. Attendance work is connected to our strategic plan and our LCAP plan. In terms of the strategic plan, which the board approved a few meetings ago, it is specifically tied to Direction 2, empowering students to be successful. We not only support students academically, but we support them with such things as behavior, and missing school and attendance concerns are behavioral. They could be attached to social and emotional challenges or other issues. It is specifically tied to priority 2A in developing a comprehensive support plan, because when a student is chronically absent, there are usually other issues that we have to support. It could be anxiety, it could be challenges within the home, whatever it is, we have to work with students and families to try to get them back to school in a comprehensive manner. It is also tied to our local control and accountability plan. Goal number 2, student connectedness, which is one of the measures that we look at. So that just kind of grounds the work in our strategic plan and our LCAP plan. And specifically 2.1 in the LCAP, which is technical assistance to school staff on attendance improvement. And that's some of the work that Ms. Mata is engaged in each and every day. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mata, who's going to talk a little bit about our student attendance awareness campaign in the month of September.
So good evening, Board President Nishii, esteemed board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, and Executive Cabinet. As you know, September attendance is Attendance Awareness Month, and here we have our graphic. All schools were provided a slide deck to present on back to school night on the importance of attendance. We want to make sure that all school sites are sending a consistent message across all school sites to parents, whether it's at their back to school nights, at their parent workshops or parent meetings that they hold. Banners and this graphic were sent to school sites to promote their Attendance Awareness Month and their campaign. We did present this as a theme, right? So our theme for this school year is Here Today, Ready for Tomorrow. So we came up with fun theme days, dress-up days for our students to dress up. And the purpose of our campaign is to build community within the school sites, to build connections among staff members, to build positive routines and support learning. And here we see some of our students participating in Pajama Day. Pajama Day is a very popular dress-up theme day for our campaigns and amongst other school sites, as other school sites also have several theme days throughout the school year to promote and increase attendance. I know some of our school sites, such as Ferguson, they wear a school uniform. So based on their attendance, that was part of their attendance improvement plan. If students hit a goal, they get a dress-up day, such as Pajama Day. So as of Tuesday, September 9th, our district-wide daily attendance is at 97.43%, so that is really great. We want to continue the work and work with different school sites to keep this as an increased positive attendance goal.
And it might be on your mind where were we at the same point last year? We're at about 96%. So even given some of the conditions in the community where families and students may have challenges getting to school that were different from last year, we're still seeing a positive attendance trend as of last week. But the work goes beyond campaigns and celebrations in September. Some of the work that Ms. Mata is engaged in each and every day is providing targeted support to schools with high chronic absenteeism. She has 6 schools that she works with specifically. Her work is grounded in research-based strategies, working on Plan, Do, Study Act plans that are very short to try to, make actionable changes in a short period of time. And those schools are Aloha Elementary School, Artesia High School, Fetty Middle School, Melbourne Elementary School, Palms Elementary School, and Willow Elementary School. She also provides monthly data reports to school sites on which students are chronically absent at that point in time at the end of a month. Chronic absenteeism is a moving target because depending on the number of days that are in school, your chronic absent leave students will shift. Because early on in the year, if it's been 4 days of school and you missed 2 days of school, you've missed 50% of the school year. Once we get to 180 days, then you could have the true measure. But she provides monthly data reports. She also prints out attendance notices to families that are having struggles with attendance, which are legally mandated through California Ed Code. She also supports with home visits. We encourage our sites to conduct home visits with students that are chronically absent. Sometimes we have more challenging cases, and Ms. Mata will go out with a site administrator or staff member to visit the homes and to try to find out why the student is not attending school and supporting them and re-engaging them with their education and getting them back at the school site. Also, as you can see, she's working on monthly school recognitions. This month we'll probably focus on the schools with the best attendance, but maybe in months to come, who's improved the most, who's had the lowest chronic absenteeism, and promoting those things with our communication officer, so we know that our community is well aware that attendance is an ongoing piece of work in education that we have to support. And finally, she coordinates our district SARB, our Student Attendance Review Board. Those are our most extreme cases with students with the largest challenge who've gone through the support system of their school site, who have been through student attendance review teams at the site, and their attendance still has not improved. They go to the district committee, which is coordinated by Ms. Mata, includes members of the LA County District Attorney's Office, local law enforcement, and other community agencies. The feel of SARBs are very different. When I first started in education 20 years ago, they were very punitive in nature, and now they're focused on getting students and families the support that they need. It's not seen as particularly punitive. It's about re-engaging the student and re-engaging the family. So that's a little bit about Attendance Awareness Month in September, some of our attendance work that takes place throughout the year. We're open to any questions that you may have, and if we don't have the answers, we'll get them to you in the board update.
All right, Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you so much for the report. I'm very happy to see that we're being very intentional with our efforts to improve attendance. We know that attendance is absolutely tied to achievement. I am going to tell you that I'm incredibly concerned that 5 of the 6 schools are in Area 6, Lakewood schools, that have chronic absenteeism. Please let me know how we can support. I like to think that the efforts are doubled down there, that there's a lot of money being invested in supporting with tangible things like extra staff. Like I can't imagine one person trying to address severe chronic absenteeism issues at 6 schools. Yeah, very concerned. Please keep us posted. I love that, you're having events and, again, awareness. A lot of you know I've been in education for 26 years, and when I was a principal, my best attendance day was Valentine's Day. We know that culture and climate is tied to student attendance. We got to get kids to want to come to schools. So please continue your efforts. Let's figure out what it's going to take to get our kids there. It'd be hard for me to believe that out of the entire district, more kids get sick in Lakewood or something. So let's figure it out and, let's support them in ways that they need to be supported. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Oh, you went to Board Member Mendoza. You didn't call my name. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for the report because I've been very vocal about doing, spirit days for schools, and I wanted it to be something that we as a district support our schools so they don't have to be coming up with ideas. So I was so happy to see all the social media posts doing all of the spirit days. And thank you so much because as board members, we get weekly data reports. And I look at those because we want our kids in school. And I did notice that there was a lot of schools that, needed some support. I did also notice that our days, and we're educators, we know this, the days that kids miss the most are Mondays and Fridays. We understand we're parents, we got to take them to, doctor's appointments, whatever. But I would like to see, like Dr. Rio said, in those schools that are missing Mondays and Fridays, we need to come up with a plan, right? Just specifically for each school site, because like Dr. Rio said, each school site has their own culture. So I would like to see what we're doing for those schools because we know, like Dr. Rio said, you said it, if kids aren't in school, they're not learning. And we need them to be in school. So parents, we also need your support. Those of you here and those of you who are listening via YouTube, we need your support to send your children to school. It's really difficult when your child is absent and they miss a day and they come back and they're falling behind. And as a primary teacher, it is so important for the children to be there because research shows that when they go home and they're, in their calm state, their little brain is replaying everything that they learned that day, whether it be through homework, through talks with their parents. So it's really important for them to be there because then they mess out, they're behind. I have a question. As a district, what is considered chronic absence? How many absence does a child have before we say you're chronic and we need to intervene? Is it 5? Is it 7? Is it 10?
It's a rolling number. So at the end of the year, it would be 18.
Okay, that's really high.
10%. So if we're on day, let's say we're on day 30, three absences at this point would make you chronically absent. But at the end of the year, if you stayed at 3, you wouldn't be chronically absent.
No.
So it's a rolling number based on the day of schools.
So what as a district, what is our number the entire school year? Is it you are considered chronic if you're, because 7 to me is like, or even 5, that's a week of missed instruction time. So can we come up with a number that we can tell our parents, if you're more than 8 days the entire year, you're chronic. Like you've missed 8 days of instructional. Now, if you get that in your first 3 months of school, like, ya te pasaste. You already passed that. So I think as a district, we need to come up with some guidelines to tell our parents because I don't think our parents understand that. I don't think they understand, was mi hijo miss 1 day here, 1 day, but if they miss 1 day every month and it adds up, that's chronic. And I think that's where we need to intervene and give those supports. So if we can come up with 18, that's a lot. I think that's too many for a child to get to 18 days. I think it needs to be less.
Yeah.
Because 18 days, that's almost a month of school that you missed. I think as a district, we need to come up with something closer to, 10 or 12. Because if we give them 18 days, guess what? We're going to take the 18 days.
Just to give you a little bit of insight into the mechanics, every month Ms. Mata produces reports for the students that are considered chronically absent at that point in time. Also, school sites, through our student information system database, ARIES, any school site could go on to ARIES Analytics. It's a technical term, but they could see a list of the students who are chronically absent at their school in real time. So our administrators and school sites know how to leverage those resources. And we have ongoing conversations about how to improve. Today, Ms. Mata, looking at some of the data, software packages that we're looking at the district EduClimber, it's a lot more nuanced than ARIES. She's now able to see who's 50% at this point and send a message to those student attendance review teams at the site. So it's ongoing work. And the sites are well aware and have systems in place. One of the challenges with attendance work is every year there are going to be groups of kids that don't come to school. So it's an ongoing challenge, and it's engaging and supporting our administrators that it's ongoing work, just like academics. Every year there are going to be different students that may need the support.
It is, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. I see the difference. I see it, the reports every week, and I do look at them. I read them, and I send questions to the superintendent. So I thank you for the report, and I do, I'm going to follow up with Dr. Rios. I do think that those schools need extra support, and it can't just be like, I know you can't do all that work. So if we can support them, thank you.
Board Clerk Bowie.
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you, Dr. Alois and Mrs. Mata. Again, like echoing the comments of my fellow board members, thank you for the work you do. Every child, especially those who may experience the absenteeism, have individual issues we all have to work through. Educators, families have expressed to me sometimes just anxiety and just the mental capacity it takes to have to come to school is a lot for some kids. So even if we do all the work, we make all the calls, we help the parents, ultimately if a kid is going through something, that's where the support has to be. And what a challenge, especially after COVID. So thank you for the work you do. I was honored to attend CLSBA, the California Latino School Board Association, with my fellow board members this past week. And something that was brought up by one of the workshops was related to having programs at the schools where the kids are excited about. Like Dr. Rios said, maybe Valentine's Day or something that just, gives a spark for the kids. We've identified the schools that maybe have some concerns. I guess at this particular, he was the former New York City Chancellor, Mr. Carranza. He started as a teacher. He started a mariachi band at his elementary school. He was a band player himself. So for him, he spearheaded that, and he had this inspirational story about how he, all the kids in not the best neighborhood, all started wanting to come to school because they felt represented. They felt their culture there. So that's something, I know we're very hopeful at our meetings, and we always talk about, our wish list for things at our particular schools. Finding that for these kids and making sure these kids feel help and feel support there in doing something that they love to do, that one special thing that will bring them to school. And maybe that's where we can, any additional funding we can get to help support these kids can go to that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you, Dr. Lois and Masa, for spearheading this campaign. Very, very important for our entire district. For chronic absenteeism, that's, in my thought, it's related to students who have problems. Not just, being lazy here and there or sick here and there, but chronic is something that they have some problem at home. Could be an abuse, negligence, or mental, shutdown, or addiction, and parents have no control. So I was like, kids like that I wonder how the home visits are done. And then I saw the support with home visits. So that was so encouraging. Can you tell us a little bit about how the home visits are conducted?
So there is a referral process. Obviously, we encourage the school sites to go out on their own if that is possible. We want to make sure that, the school site has exhausted all interventions possible at the school site to meet with the families, to try to re-engage them back into school, and to offer and provide resources, right? Whether it's a counselor, or MHP at the school site, an admin member, they are likely to have connected with the school site, with the student at the school site at some point. But once the referral process is filled out, then that's when CWA gets involved, and then we schedule something with the team, right? If they are able to go, sometimes it's a counselor, the MHP, or an administrator. And we go out to the site. Depending on the family, it might be announced or not announced, depending if the student, is willing for us to come in as well. Like, let's say they're experiencing mental health issues, right? So we don't want to just come in unannounced to the student. So we kind of give them that warning with the MHP involved, so we can facilitate a discussion, try to convince them to come back to school, let them know that there are supports at the school site, make sure the parent is aware of that as well. So we definitely take that into consideration. We also have a 2-pay coordinator who also has gone with us on home visits to deal with those students who have maybe some type of addiction. So we offer those supports as well.
Thank you. I mean, for students, children, especially under like 18, when there's a caring adult, even if there's one caring adult around their life, you know, we can save them from falling. Yeah. So that's, I think, very important. And another point that I wanted to bring up is, obviously, you're just one person, but not just the schools mentioned here, but I think the problem does persist in all other entire district, other schools too. I mean, mental health, kids with addiction these days, like boys can easily fall into addiction and they just can't get up. So they don't go to school for days and the parents are so helpless, they don't know what to do. I think those parents need resources. They're desperate, right? So how do you coordinate with, engage with school counselors? Because they're the ones who work closely and they see and monitor, you know, chronic absence 5 days in a row. That's an alert, right? And this campaign, I think, will be very helpful to encourage the counselors to pay attention and to care about the students that they are in charge of and bring it up to you or bring it up to the administration. How does that work?
So each school site has a SART team, so it's a student attendance review team. So that team has a meeting, holds a meeting, and they often pull data and address these concerns. So if a student, you know, they pull attendance records and the student has been out 3 or more absences, a truancy letter is generated so that they're already on their radar. So at that point, whether it's a counselor that meets with the student, you know, they look at the history behind the student, whether they've been in counseling or MHP support, what interventions have been conducted at the school site, if any resources have been provided. Also, if there's been any parent communication as to their attendance concerns. So that's how we work together and collaborate as a team with counselors and mental health professionals at the school site.
Thank you, because, you know, many parents are really helpless and they're dying to grab someone to get some help or to get resources. And I think it would be very helpful if the campaign does get to the counselors in each school, middle school, high school, you know, primary K-6, and encourage the counselors and the educators to be on the radar for this type of, you know, problems and bring it up. Yeah, I think that would help the kids. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. Thank you, Dr. Lois, Ms. Mata, for the presentation. Attendance is absolutely important. It is, you know, tied to school connectedness. You know, when kids are missing from campus, their friends miss them too. So I'm very happy that we're growing and we're improving in that area. A question that I had from, you know, last year moving into this year, what are some of the patterns that you guys have noticed that maybe we're trying to adjust, or resources that families need that maybe we can, you know, start investigating and bringing onto campus? I know there's a variety of reasons why a kid doesn't come to school, but maybe there's a pattern that we can address. Sorry.
I think one thing that I've noticed post-COVID, even now, families are still somewhat confused when their kid should come to school or not when they're sick. Something as simple as that. There's still some confusion. If they have COVID, when can they come back? Can they not come back? If they have a fever, should they come? As a society, we're a lot more aware of when we're sick and how we interact with others. I've also seen, at least for me, just having been in education for 20 years, a lot more of anxiety in teenagers and students in general, even with younger children that are anxious and have challenges coming to school. So that's my perspective, but she's out in the field, so.
So yes, I would echo on what Dr. Lois just mentioned. I think a lot of the mental health issues are definitely a big concern amongst our chronically absent students. So definitely having those supports available on the campuses. I know our mental health professionals do an amazing work with our students, but they can only see a certain amount of students, right? So I definitely think that is something that is very important to our students. The mental health supports, whether they're on campus. I know we also have the Care Solace agency that we send referrals to as well. So that's one of the concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just want to thank you for doing such a great job, because increasing the attendance despite the climate that parents are experiencing of fear, is an amazing thing to improve it rather than have, as in some districts, they're going the other direction, right? Dr. Sue thought this was a really important thing, and to continue on with extra resources. I know that you guys done a really great job at Palms, reducing the chronic absentee rate by almost 10%, over 10%. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's an amazing thing, because each of those children that actually come to school, they get those extra days of education that are precious. They don't come back again. So increasing by that large number, I expect to see that even our academic scores will go even better because they're all in school. So all of this ties in together. Thank you very much for your work. It's very important, and to have a specific team to be involved in and ensuring that this happens is important. So thank you for your success. All right.
Mr. President,
Yes, I would like to.
he brought up a really good issue, like guidelines for students who may have COVID. Like, do we have guidelines? Okay, thank you so much.
I'd like to recognize two former board members who were really important to the development of our district. Board member, former President Olympia Chen, please recognize. And also former board member and President Celia Spitzer. We stand on your shoulders, so thank you for all your past work, many years of work. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of September 16, 2025?
Aye.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to move up on the agenda the action item 1.3, a resolution for National Hispanic Heritage Month?
Tatiana motions.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we have a presentation. Dr. Castro. Oh, wait.
Good evening, President Nishi. Thank you for the introduction. Tonight I have Dr. Evelyn Ha, as you know, who's in charge of our special programs. But I'm happy to introduce our interim equity officer who has stepped into the role. She has been in ABC for a really long time, and she has a breadth of experience from being a world languages teacher. She speaks Spanish fluently. She was a special education teacher, an intervention teacher, and most recently the assistant principal at Palms Elementary, and now our interim equity officer. So without further ado, they will provide for you the information on our National Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, esteemed board members, Dr. Zietlow, ABC Cabinet, and community. We're very excited to be here today to share about National Hispanic Heritage Month. And as you know, that started yesterday and we'll be going through October 16th. And so before Ms. Harris comes up to share what we are doing in our district, we did want to share with you our theme that is from the National Hispanic Heritage Month site, and it is Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future. And so, of course, you know, we celebrate this as this is celebrated nationwide, but we really do this also as it is connected with our strategic plan for both our strategic direction number 1, which is academic outcomes, as well as direction number 2 about successful students. And it is also tied very closely with our LCAP goals in the area of student connectedness. And just, you know, this is an opportunity for our students. We have about 47% of our students who are Hispanic Latino in our district, for them to feel celebrated, for them to be seen, and also for our other students to learn more about the culture, about the different cultures that make up the Hispanic Latino community. So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and pass it to Ms. Marlise Harris.
Good evening, President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, ABC Cabinet, and community. Estoy muy emocionada de unirme a la oficina distrito este año y de compartir información interesante con ustedes esta noche sobre cómo nuestro distrito está celebrando el mes de la herencia hispana. I'm very excited to join the district office this year and to share some exciting information with you all tonight about how our district is celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. One of the first opportunities I had this year is working alongside Dr. Ha, and we were able to curate some resources for our elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, where we were able to put together books, activities, lesson plans, and TED Talk videos as well for our high school students. And this was put together so that we can share out with our principals and admin team in hopes that they will share this with their staff so that they can share with the teachers and they can share the celebrations and the lessons with their students. In addition to sharing the curated resources with our admin, we were able to send out a slide to hear how the other schools or how all of the schools in our districts are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. So just to highlight a few, Elliott Elementary School has planned loteria, crafts, and music during recess time, as well as highlighting books of Hispanic figures and authors during their rotation, their library rotations, classroom lessons as well. And Ross is putting together student and teacher interviews where they get a chance to express their pride and what being Hispanic means to them. And they're also putting together student-crafted ofrendas for Dia de los Muertos, which will be featured in their office, and students and teachers get to vote on them for their top 3. And Ross Middle School is also beginning next week. They will have a 4-week flight course where they are again celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with honoring some Hispanic figures. And lastly, Artesia High School will have a homeroom door decorating contest, and they are also doing many ofrenda projects with the gallery walk and daily school announcements during their homeroom time to spotlight and highlight the Latino and Hispanic figures. Just this past Saturday, we had an opportunity to take approximately 95 of our students to the Latino College Expo at the University of Laverne, which was an amazing time. The students got to participate in 4 seminars, and they had an opportunity. 2 of our students that we know of so far actually received on-the-spot acceptance to a few of the colleges, so we're excited to share that, and we look forward to sharing with you all any more of the students who have been offered and accepted some of the scholarships, as well as acceptances to some of the universities that were at the College Expo. And here you can see some pictures of the students that were able to attend with us. The top 2 show the Cerritos and Whitney high school students, as well as Artesia and Gar. And at the bottom, highlighting some of the students with their college paraphernalia from Berkeley, San Francisco State, and the police department, just to name a few. And lastly, this on the left is a picture of our HSLAC at the end of last year. I was able to attend as a participant at that time, but the students from the HSLAC were able to participate in a Q&A session where they highlighted their journey and their passion as student leaders. And on the right are 3 of the seniors who received a stole celebrating their Hispanic heritage. And so they're super excited. We have 2 of our HSLAC members in the audience with us today, Andres and Emily, if you guys can raise your hands. And they are, yes, thank you. Our 2 advisors, Eduardo Limon and Andres Diaz, help to oversee our HSLAC, and they are excited to continue the collaboration with HFLC this year. And we were excited. We got a chance to see board member Mendoza at our first PAC meeting a couple weeks ago. So we were excited to see you, and we got a chance to talk. And it was so nice to have you there greeting our parent advisory groups. So I'll hand it over back to Dr. Ha.
So yes, we're definitely excited to continue the work with our Hispanic Latino Family Circle, as well as our Hispanic Latino Student Advisory Committee. And I just wanted to recognize Eduardo Limon and Andres Garcia. Are they there somewhere? Okay, so Raise your hand very proudly. These are counselors who have given up their time to work outside of just their regular duty day to be able to advise our student leaders in the Hispanic Latino Student Advisory Council. So they've been meeting. One of the most recent meetings that they had last week, the students are very excited. They want to do a loteria night with the HLFC. And so those are things that Ms. Harris will be working with HLFC to get those kinds of things going so that we can celebrate Hispanic Latino culture in unique ways across our district. So of course, we do want to highlight some data points. As I shared, we do have several, our population is about 47% Hispanic Latinos. So just wanted to take a few moments to give some data points here. One of the things that we wanted to look at was Seal of Biliteracy. So Seal of Biliteracy is a seal that 12th grade graduating seniors receive upon graduation if they are able to show proficiency in English as well as another foreign language. And so what you see here in this chart is a comparison from last year to the year before, 23-24 to 24-25, and the orange line is our Hispanic Latino students, and we see that the trend is it's trending in a positive way, but we also wanted to compare that to just overall students. So there is still a gap there that we definitely want to continue to work on. One of the things that we will be doing this year is really trying to understand the Seal of Biliteracy as a whole, that it's not just something for 12th grade, but how can we also start as early as elementary school. So as you know that we do have 3 dual language immersion programs, and Ferguson Nemus, they have been celebrating in their own ways for the Seal of Biliteracy for students who are going to be recognized because they're on that way to achieve that seal. So that is something that we will be working with both schools, and then of course as the Mandarin program also, as they matriculate through the years, we will include them as well, so that we can recognize and celebrate early and really create that pathway of success throughout middle school and high school. The other area that we wanted to highlight today is about AP course enrollment and passage rate. And so what you see here is just the data for our Hispanic Latino students. So the first chart is about AP course enrollment. So again, the 3-year trend, it is trending in the right direction. We are able to provide more opportunities for our students, and then you can see that increase. However, it's still a pretty low number, so we still have some work to do. On the right, you will see the AP exam passage rate. And so, again, we see that increasing, so that is good to see for our students. We do want to make sure that we kind of see where we are in relation to others. So the gap is still there, so we do have some more work to do to close that opportunity gap. And then when we look at the passage rate, it is good to see that that gap is narrowing. So still, we have things to celebrate and that we want to make sure that we capitalize on, but at the same time, there's still some work to do, and that's something that we will do with special programs and the equity office, is really looking at those equity gaps and then working with our counselors, working with our school teams to see how we can narrow those gaps. So these are just a couple of those highlights. As more of the data starts coming in terms of our academic achievement data, but even with behavior, suspensions, attendance as well, those are all data points that we will continue to look at. So that concludes our presentation for tonight, but we would welcome any kind of questions or comments that you have.
Okay. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Morning, very proud to share in the celebration. Thank you for your presentation. A couple of things I want to highlight, 3 of them actually. I'm glad that we have an interim. Welcome. Very excited. I recently spoke to somebody who participates in the Latino Family Circle, and there was some concern about where we were, because it's, I think, really important when we have parents that are willing to collaborate with us on efforts to improve, whether it's the outcomes or just overall school culture, that we leverage that. So I'm glad that the efforts are going to be there to continue the efforts with the Latino Family Circle and the Black Family Circle. The second item, I'm very excited that our counselor from Artesia is participating. I hope he's being compensated and we're not having him work for free. So
they are being compensated.
That's a lot of work. Perfect. Thank you. The third one is, I'm very curious and very happy to see the trend going up with the AP courses. And I don't know if this is a question for principals or for Dr. Castro or for Dr. Zilo, but what steps are we taking to continue to improve that? Because when we have the majority of the district being Latino, but yet our AP participation score is at 26, again, celebrating the growth. We always look for progress, but yes, as it was pointed out, there's a gap. So I'm curious, what steps are we taking this year that are different from previous years to close that gap?
I'll answer the question, Dr. Rios. Thank you for that question. That's something we've been working on for the last several years, is really opening access for our AP classes, removing any prerequisites as AP encourages us to do, and really trying to ensure that we're offering our students high interest classes. And so last year, we were happy and proud to finally offer AP Seminar, which is honestly the closest I can say. It's as close as possible to a dissertation project. Students really learn some high leverage college skills on how to write a research project. But the key to that is that they are able to select the project of their choice. And so because that class had a lot of voice and choice, we had a really high enrollment offering and huge participation for that, and a really high pass rate at all of our schools that offered it, which included all of our comprehensives. And I know that our teachers in the audience tonight, so I just want to do a shout out. They had a 90% pass rate for AP Seminar, which is amazing. So again, continuing to offer classes such as that, which are high interest classes at our various schools, will really increase that enrollment and engagement with our students, and working with our school principals to offer it not only scheduling is really important, because for some of our students, they're into sports. And so you don't want to offer an AP class at the end of the day or during a 6th period or 7th or 8th period when they're going to have to select a sport. So it's also scheduling the time during the day that would be an important decision for principals to make.
Thank you. Board Member McHatton.
Dr. Ha and Ms. Harris, congratulations on all the growth that you've made. Can you tell me how were the 95 students, the high school students, chosen? They're part of the Hispanic Latino Student Advisory Group?
Oh, yeah.
No, so we actually opened it up to all of our high schools, and so we did provide the opportunity. This is something that we went to last year, was kind of like a last minute thing, so we were much more prepared. And so our counselors who have been helping us out with the Hispanic Latino Student Advisory Committee, they were on it, and we were able to secure like 150 tickets right off the bat. And so we did offer it to every single high school. We said, okay, we'll give you 25 spots for right now. If we have extra, we will give you those extra spots. Some of our schools did not have as much participation, but we were very happy that we were able to get about 95. So we had some last minute students who trickled in, and we said, if we can fit them on the bus, we're going to take them. So
next year, even more, right? Hopefully.
Yes, hopefully, yes.
And then I wanted to also comment about the seal of biliteracy, because last year I did go to NEMIS's 6th grade graduation promotion, and they did specifically point out those students that had gotten the seal of biliteracy. So it's really nice to see that even at elementary, they're recognizing those students and asking promoting them to continue that.
Yeah, so both Ferguson and NEMIS, they have their own criteria right now. So one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to now see how we can make a similar criteria so that it's something that we can actually have for, our other DLI school as well. So in terms of how they recognize, so we're actually on October 17th, we have one of our professional learning days for our DLI elementary schools. And so during that time, one of my program specialists will be working with their team to look at the criteria for the elementary for recognition and to see what kinds of efforts we can put in to make sure that we really emphasize that.
So just to clarify, someone getting a seal of biliteracy as a senior in high school would be different from getting it as a 6th grader.
So as a 6th grader, it's kind of a recognition that you are on your way to achieving that seal of biliteracy when you get to be a senior.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think most of the questions I had you answered. Board Member McCadden answered some of them. I'm really proud to be a Latina, and I'm proud to see that we are focusing on our largest population of students. And welcome, bienvenida, Ms. Harris. Me gustó como hablaste en español. I really enjoyed hearing your Spanish. You speak it better than I do. But thank you so much. I appreciate that we found someone who's going to be able to speak in the language of our families. Last year, I really enjoyed being on the Hispanic Latino Family Circle. I kind of was doing double duty. I was a parent and a board member, but this year I'm no longer a parent. So I'm gonna adopt all those kids and make them mine because I think it was really great to see our students come together, and that last day was amazing. The kids did a really great job. But yes, I did. I was thinking about the AP classes. I know we've had this conversation before, Dr. Castro, in one of our committees, and I know we've done surveys asking our kids, what would you like to see as AP classes? And I'm glad that we took out the prerequisites for our students. And I think we need to support them because taking an AP class it can be easy, it can be a lot of work, and I think we do need to reach out to our kids and say, hey, what are you struggling with? What do you need supports with when you're taking an AP class? Because I think some of them shy away from taking those AP courses because they look at it as more work, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to be more work. It just needs to be a little bit more rigorous. So I think we've had this conversation, asking the kids, surveying them what they want. I think we're on the right track, and hopefully next year we can see the bar graph go up. And thank you for just being aware and being conscious that we do have a gap. We have work to do, right? And I think we're all going to work together with our parents, us as a board, recognizing and you see now on this board you have 3 Latinos, and I bring that up because kids need to see themselves. Right? They need to see themselves in leadership roles and as principals, as teachers, as board members. And we've been talking about this conference because it's called the California Latino School Boards Association. Loved it. And we did meet, his name was Richard Carranza, and I did speak to him and later on, and I said, hey, I need you to come out to Artesia to speak to our kids because he has a quote. Do you guys remember the quote? You can't be who you don't see. And I love that. I love that quote because if the kids don't see us, they don't see their teachers as AP teachers, they probably won't take the course, right? So I'm going to keep saying that you can't be who you don't see. And I think we're doing a great job seeing our kids. So thank you so much for the work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Board Member Suyu.
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you, Dr. Hall and Ms. Harris. And I mentioned this several times, but I think the district did a good job to recruit you, and your Spanish is very fluent. And we have 47% of our students are Latino descent, and I think it's very important because we have many first-generation families, parents that where Spanish is still their more comfortable language. So I think that's very, very tremendous, and you have a big task ahead of you because we need to close the gap. And I think all the programs sounds wonderful, but at the end of the day, I think most of the parents, especially if they're first-generation immigrants, they want their kids to be well educated more than anything. They want what's best for their children's future, that they will land on a good job, that they could make a living and be independent and successful. And that's why immigrant parents work so hard, 10, 12 hours, 14 hours. So I think that if this, this group can empower the parents and the, students to be inspired and motivated to do their best, I think that'll be very helpful. And something similar to like TED Talk, I think that of all the programs, if our district can invest in a conference where we invite all the high school students and invite some of the, distinguished, successful Latino adults who are in different fields of careers and how they made it. For example, we have a homegrown city manager of Cerritos, ABC homegrown, graduate of Whitney and Stanford, and he's a city manager, Robert Lopez. So I'm just saying that there's so many, amongst our district, but in the medical field, in law, in education, and something like that, I think would be very important because we can give them, sweets and games, but at the end of the day, the student themselves have to be motivated and inspired, and we need to cast a vision that you can do it too. But you need to put in the effort that you want to be successful. You need to put in the hours, like all the others, to get to where you want to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Yes, thank you for your efforts and particularly your presentation about academics, being proud of what your culture is. we can't be successful as a district unless we hit that 49% of the people that are out there. It's just impossible for us to advance without making that particular effort. So thank you for working really hard with that. I think we have next a Dr. Adame, the band teacher for Artesia High School, is here in the house. I think I see also the principal of Artesia right over there in the corner, Dr. Sergio Garcia. So we have the academics, and we also have the other part, the musica. Huh? Ah. Oh, I remember this guy right there. Yeah. I think everybody in the audience is here for this band, right? This is the ticket item. Yes. Okay. We get the worst seats. Is that what it is as board members? All right. Somebody's got to sit back here, so you guys can all go.
Thank you so much, everybody. Good evening. My name is Dr. Esteban Adame. I'm the director of jazz bands at Artesia High School, and this is a small part of our students. The other students could not make it, but you got a good part of the band here. These are the majority of our leaders, some of our veterans. We have one young man, freshman, who's joining, or ninth grader, joining us. Gifted young man, as all these students are. We're gonna do a number by Tito Puente, Ran Can Can. Hope you enjoy, and we're all gonna take some solos, and it's gonna be loud. So if you want to dance, let's go.
Hey, wait, can we get a picture with them? All right, we didn't know that we're gonna get front row tickets to a concert, right? In about a few years, you're gonna have to pay for them, right? It's gonna be a pretty ticket, right? All right, so in line with all of that, I thought we would continue on with this with item 1.3A. Can I have a motion to adopt resolution 25.5 acknowledging National Hispanic Heritage Month from Let me finish, because there's a reason that we have this whole thing. September 15th to October 15th, 2025. So there's a motion, there's a second. Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. I thought this evening we could take time to read the resolution together, and it should have been on your packet somewhere simple to find. I thought we could start on our far side over there with Ms. McHatton, and then each read a paragraph as we go through.
Page 132?
Correct. There should have also been one sitting on your desk.
It was in here.
We're just going to use page 132.
No worries. Page 132. Thank you.
Whereas the ABC Unified School District celebrates America's rich Hispanic history and culture with National Hispanic Heritage Month, the Hispanic population in the ABC Unified School District is 45.7%, and
whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month was approved by Public Law 90-498 in 1968 by the United States Congress, and in 1988, Congress extended the celebration from September 15 through October 15, celebrating the anniversary of independence of 5 Latin American countries: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, and Mexico, Chile, and Belize also celebrate their independence days during this period. Columbus Day in Mexico, Dia de la Raza, is on October 12th, and
whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, the ABC Unified School District celebrates the countless contributions of more than 62 million Hispanic Americans to our culture and society. Hispanic Americans are the largest minority group in the United States today, and generations of Hispanic Americans have consistently helped make our country strong and prosperous. And
whereas the Hispanic American community has left an indelible mark on our government, culture, and economy, and
whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the accomplishments of Hispanic Americans who have enriched our culture and society. Hispanic American men and women embody the American values and devotion to faith and family, hard work, patriotism, through their countless contributions as leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and members of the armed forces.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15 through October 15, 2025.
Approved and adopted the 16th day of September 2025 by the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District.
So I'll take the claps as all yes,
Yes. See.
but we'll still take a vote. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, getting to serious business. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of August 19th, 2025?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the special study session meeting of September 2nd, 2025?
Second, Mendoza.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. I'd like to hear a student representative report from Artesia High School. Tonight is Artesia night, right?
Yeah.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Nishi, Vice President Mr. Noyola, Clerk of the Board Ms. Yokoyama Bui, Board Members Ms. McCadden, Ms. Mendoza, Dr. Rios, and Ms. Yu, Superintendent Dr. Zitlo, and esteemed Cabinet members. I am Jada Lopez, ASB President. From Artesia High School, and this is my counterpart, Kimberly Santos, President of Renaissance. Today, we will be presenting the Fall 2025 School Report with the focus being registration, college preparations, and fall semester school ride events.
Leadership has assisted in 5 days of registration so students can start their first day of school prepared with IDs, textbooks, lockers, and free print cards from the Student Union. On Monday, August 11th, the class of 2026 hosted a senior sunrise where seniors could watch the sunrise while enjoying snacks, taking Polaroid pictures, and participating in many games. After senior sunrise, Artesia Student Union hosted a college workshop where seniors learned about different colleges as well as the application process prior to the start of the school new year.
For our first school event, we had our second annual tailgate prior to our first home game. The theme of the event was Red Out, where students will wear the color red to support our team and school. Students could meet before the game, enjoy food, games, and face painting in order to uplift the school spirit. We ended the night with a successful win against Cabrillo, where students were able to celebrate by ringing the victory bell. During that week, our teacher had their annual club rush for new and returning students to sign up for different clubs, including Red Cross, Key Club, Drama, Filipino Club, and many more. Our first fall sports rally of the school year was themed Pioneer Fest on September 12th. It was a success as we had class and sports games. We celebrated our fall varsity athletic teams and saw performances by our band and cheer team. That night after the rally, we had a football game where students dressed in appropriate surfing gear because the theme of the game was Surf's Up. At 8 p.m., we ended our thrilling night with our annual back-to-school dance, where people danced around and had the time of their lives.
In September, Renaissance created their Fall Renaissance cards, which are awards given to students with 3.0 GPA or higher, or who received a 0.5 GPA increase from previous semester. These students are given monthly incentives, raffle prizes, and homeroom rallies. Over 500 students at Artesia High School will receive a Renaissance card this semester.
They will be delivered next Tuesday, September 23rd during homeroom. Artesia staff on Wednesday, September 10th, held a senior information night to inform seniors about upcoming events and college deadlines, including Senior Day, UC app kickoff, financial aid night, and our senior ring ceremony. After the presentation, our student union held a college night from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for students who aspire to go to college in the near future. Additionally, the student union has hosted a series of presentations with college representatives from a variety of schools, including USC, Cerritos College, CSULB, Grand Canyon University, UC Irvine, and recently UC Davis. Next week will be UC Santa Barbara, University of La Verne, and Cal State Fullerton. The student union constantly updates the seniors on college information and scholarships through email. They also have a UC application workshop every Tuesday after school to help students fill out applications for UCs.
On our upcoming events, Artesia High School Theater is hosting their 4th annual Halloween Maze, October 30th and 31st. It's been a thrill for students each year to look forward to every school year. This event is held in the FAC for teachers to sign up their classes to go during their period, or students can go in the maze after school. We would love to invite all the board members to come and get scared as well. For the month of October, ASB is hosting Homecoming. We will host a Spirit Week based on the homecoming theme, The Worlds of Tim Burton. On October 3rd, Artesia will have a homecoming rally that will have many club floats, performances, and class and staff games to increase school spirit. Afterwards, Artesia is going to have their homecoming game where ASB will set up face painting station and will hand out black and silver incentives to go along with our platinum blackout theme. We will hold a special ceremony for our homecoming court during the halftime show. On the same night, we will host our homecoming dance. Leadership, along with the help of theater, will set up all the decor after the homecoming rally as well as the day of the dance. All leadership students will have assigned shifts for 30 minutes to work different jobs in order to make sure that everything runs smoothly. The hope is for everyone to have an amazing time with their friends while taking pictures, dancing, and creating memories. To celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, ASB is in the process of hosting a Spirit Week and a school-wide building competition to celebrate the rich heritage of all our Hispanic students.
Leadership will be away for camp from October 13th to the 15th to build our leadership bond so we can grow stronger together as a team. It will be held at Pali Institute, and we will be learning new and creative ways to get students engaged and increase school spirit on campus. On October 24th, Renaissance will host a Halloween carnival during homeroom and lunch for Renaissance card holders to play and enjoy games. Also, to kick off Red Ribbon Week, ASB will host a Spirit Week from October 27th to the October 31st. And we will also host a Halloween costume competition. On November 11th, the class of 2026 will host Senior Day, a full day event where seniors go through team buildings, activities, and listen to a motivational speaker, Keith Hawkins, who will share some important life lessons. We will continue to push forward with more exciting events as the school year continues. We would look forward to reporting more about our success at Artesia High School. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
All right, we have Vice President Noyola first.
Thank you, President Ishii. Thank you guys so much for giving your first presentation at a school board meeting tonight. I just wanted to start by also, recognizing the Artesia staff team. Every time Artesia comes to a school board meeting, they come out in full force. So I want to recognize the team that, puts all the effort in getting these kids into these roles to be student leaders. My question for you guys is, what is your goal as student leaders for this year?
Our goal this year is to have students be fired up for the school year. And yeah, take pride in our school with as many spirit weeks as we can, homeroom rallies, if so.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Rios.
Are those New Jerseys? Yeah. I love them. They're so cool. Yes, like the new look. I'd like the Artesia staff to stand up because as Vice President Noyola pointed out, they always come out in full force. So if you're an Artesia staff member, can you please stand up and be recognized?
Including the principal can stand out.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We always highlight the culture and climate. I brought it up earlier. I'm always really proud that not only is Artesia my alma mater, but it is also a school that I represent. And so I take pride in a lot of what you share and the fact that we see a lot of really good things. The fact that people will say that they feel loved at this school, to me, brings a lot of joy. So good job to what's happening. Thank you for keeping us updated. I'm excited to see all these events. Yeah, and I look forward to you guys making that attendance goal happen for us and getting kids to want to attend school and be successful. But thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Board Member McHatton.
Jada and Kimberly, thank you so much for your report. You have a ton of activities going on at your school. Can you tell me a little bit more about the Renaissance cards and then what you get for that?
Okay, so Renaissance card holders are they're for students who have academically achieved, hold on.
A 3.0?
This is a test?
Okay, the GPA comes in from 0.5 improvement, 3.5 to 3.99, 4.0s, and a 3-point GPA to a 3.4, I believe. I'm not too sure, but I have one from last year.
And so if you get a Renaissance card, does that mean you get special privileges?
Yeah, so on the Renaissance card, there's you get free money.
Oh.
So if you get a 4.0, you get 3 Renaissance bucks, which you can use in the student union to buy any snacks or beverages. On the 3.5 to 3.9, you get two Renaissance bucks, and then 3.0 to 3.4, I believe, you get 1 Renaissance bucks, and then 0.5 just doesn't get anything. But we want them to aspire to
they're moving towards
move
it.
upwards. Yeah. And there's also other incentives like free print card, replacement ID, teacher's choice, ICR passes. And it's just an incentive to motivate students to work harder and achieve greater things.
Well, in your report, it says over 500 students at Artesia High School have a Renaissance card. So, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So, I'd also like to thank the Artesia staff for being here. That's great. And when you guys talked about ringing the victory bell, my husband coached football at Artesia for 15 years, so that brought back lots of memories. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, this victory bell, is it a big bell? Is it a little bell? How big is it? It's big? How big? It's big? Huge. And you get to ring it like how many times? A lot? I need to come. I want to see. I need to come and see now.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. So I need to come out and watch you ring the bell before it needs to go back. Okay, I will be there. I will be there. I will be there. Unfortunately, I'm not going to come to the Halloween maze because I don't like scary stuff. I know, me asusta. But I want to thank our teacher for being out here, especially on Hispanic Heritage Month, that we're celebrating it, because what an amazing jazz band that our teacher has. That was awesome. Thank you guys for coming out and making this not just paper, but seeing in reality what our students are doing at our teacher. And I'm just going to say, I think she wants a jersey. I think Dr. Rios wants it. I'm just putting it out there. Okay. Dr. Rios. Yes. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. Jada Lopez and Kimberly Santos. Well, thank you for coming out, and you guys did a great job today. You know, it's very nervous and nerve-wracking to stand in front and, you know, give a presentation, but you guys did a great job, and you'll only improve. We're your friends. Don't be nervous. Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing the spirit to your school.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, you guys are the cream of the crop. You're the best ones out there. And I got to see you guys at orientation, and I was really impressed by your ability to think on your feet and answer some pretty interesting questions out there. I have a couple quick questions here, because I'm going to treat you as real board members, because we work for you, right? But we also need your input, your ideas. So what can we do to support your efforts? Oh, wait a second. We don't got any of that. That's a tough question, isn't it? You can come back. You can come back with that one. Actually, another question. Do you have any, and also you can come back with something. So as a board member, you can stay here for the entire meeting and you can comment and provide your input. So if you have an idea about any agenda item that we have here, it's important for us to hear what you're talking, to hear what your opinion is, because it's going to directly affect you and maybe your brothers and sisters and cousins and your family. So I invite you to stick around and give us your opinion when you can. All right? Thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Okay, so tonight's going to be long, so I'll keep my report really short. I had to write it down because I don't remember everything here. I went to a lot of back-to-school nights. I went to Leal, Tetzlaff, Hawaiian, Star Wars Ice Cream, Ross Middle School, Cerritos High School. There's a lot of hope for the new school year, so it's really fun to go to these back-to-school and see what the excitement of the parents are for this next thing. Went to a couple of fundraisers, several fundraisers. I went to the Cerritos Elementary fundraiser twice, because I got the wrong date. Yeah, oh, that was Whitman. Okay, so then I also went to Cerritos Elementary's fundraiser and Aloha's In-N-Out, which, gosh, that wasn't hard to go. It was In-N-Out burgers, so that was amazing. The parents there are amazing. They really are involved and do a lot for their community. There's a Panda Express one. You know how I decide where dinner's going to be? I find out what fundraisers out there. That's my job. My job is to eat at fast food. We had an AI seminar, which was great. Mr. Lawrence did a great job of providing us what the future is going to be. Somebody told me that 50% of the jobs in 5 years is going to be AI. And so us as a district has got to be ready for that. And it doesn't start with the students. It starts with the staff and our community and the board members to understand what we're actually voting on, the policies that are happening. So also I saw board member Tatiana Bowie there as well. And it's really important that we understand these things. Thank you. We are at the cutting edge of all this. I got to go to CLSBA, and that's primarily because of Dr. Rios. Dr. Rios has been a leader in this, been telling me to go every single year. And one year I almost could do it. But what I'm really proud of is that this board went as a whole, and we went as a staff, because this is 47% of our population. This is where we can make a big, huge difference. So and by the way, people looked at me like, you're not Latino. Why are you going to that thing? And my answer is, because it is it is all of us together that make this successful, right? We had Dr. Ha, Dr. Castro, Dr. Zitlo, all of our top leadership went to that conference to learn how to make a difference for our kids. We learned about, we don't say pobrecita, that poor victim. We want them to be victorious. We want them to be successful. We want them to have better scores. We do want those AP scores to go up. They're lower, and we want them to continually increase exponentially, hopefully. and we've got to do that together. We learned about how all of our communities together, they had a panel of people up there. The Filipinos were working with the Latinos. We had Larry Itliong working with Cesar Chavez and what's her name? I forgot her name. Dolores Puerta, yes. I was looking at you because you love her. But separate, they fell. Together, they were able to make a difference in our country. Together, they were able to do this. We had Dr. Ha go up there and talk about not just her experience, but Tong, which is community. And that resonated, I think, throughout our entire thing. So the next step is for us to take what we learned there and apply it here. And I think we have all the steps to do that. So with that, that ends my report. Oh, one more thing. There is a scholarship out there, Tuna Canyon Detention Station, where it talks about civil liberties. And I think it's actually more relevant now than ever before. This is a place where Italians, Japanese, and Germans were incarcerated without due process of law. They were just like all of us, but we thought they were the enemies, and we put them away. And so I want our kids, our future, our high schoolers to write, to do art, to do an essay or video saying how can they be a difference in this world? How can they stop injustice from happening? How can they now do that? How can they touch our hearts and make it happen for the rest of us so that we don't have injustice happening? So please sign up for that. Please make a difference in our lives. Please go forward. That ends my reports, and I will defer to the superintendent.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This evening, I just want to say that our school year continues to be going very well for our students. We are able to see lots of things happening as I'm visiting schools and going to every classroom. It's been wonderful seeing students engaged, either in an activity with one another or in discussion. And so that is just the key part of what we do. Currently, we have some guests from South Africa who are visiting, and they are learning more about how we work together as a district to make things happen for our students, to have our students grow. And so they've been sharing some pieces of their educational system and how they work. And so we're excited to debrief with them on Friday after their visits to schools and see what else we can learn and glean from one another. Just as a reminder, our district, to our families, to our students, to our staff, will continue to follow the law to ensure that all students, regardless of your background, your beliefs, your immigration status, are provided with the best possible education in a safe space. We will continue to provide support for students and families as best we can to ensure that students are able to learn when they are with us at school. And we will continue to communicate with our students and families to provide supports, to work one-on-one with anything that a family may need so that their child can learn. We have also seen tragedies in other states since the start of the school year around schools. And this is just another reminder that safety at schools is something we do together. It is not something that I can do on my own or families can do on their own or teachers. We must work together. And so I would just remind families and staff, everyone, that we need to make sure we're taking care of one another. For our families, please make sure that your personal contact information, emergency contact information is updated in areas with your school. And if you don't know how to do that online, please go to your child's school. They will help you with that. But we need good contact information in case something happens. We also need to continue to live by the motto that if you hear or see something, you say something. If something is concerning to you or to your child, please notify a trusted adult at a school, call the principal, a teacher, a staff member. We will work to investigate anything that is brought forth. We will work with law enforcement to make sure that we have safe spaces for our students. And we continue to have that. If something happens after hours, when school's not open, in the evening, on the weekend, a holiday, please contact law enforcement immediately. And then they will begin working on the matter. Our students and families continue to bring forward issues. If they hear something, they tell us, and we investigate because our goal is safe spaces. For me, I am truly thankful for the diverse community that we have. And I just cannot be more grateful for our teachers, staff, administrators, students, and families working together to make sure that we take care of one another and that we are all safe in these spaces. So that is my report for this evening.
Thank you. Employee reports.
Good evening, Board President Nishii, members of the board, Superintendent Zitlo, members of the cabinet, and all of our staff and community members, both here in person and at home. My name is Ruben Mancias, and I'm the Vice President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Happy Mexican Independence Day. It's an exciting day because we spent a day sharing the achievements of ABC Unified with our guest from South Africa. We have 6 distinguished educators who have come here. We have a long-standing relationship with SATU. It's the South African Democratic Teachers Union. We have worked with them for many years successfully. And as we talked about our past partnerships that we've worked together, our exchanges, COVID kind of threw a wrench into our timeline, but it was a really positive day. We visited a number of sites, and it was truly inspiring. I mean, the work that's being done in the classrooms was so exciting. You could see the smiles on the students' faces, and you could see the thoughtful work that was being produced. The students were engaged, and our guests were truly impressed. Thank you to all the sites that welcomed us today. They were gracious hosts. And again, it was a long day. Everybody's very busy, but they took the time to welcome our guests. And, it's a hot day, so thank you for all the water and the snacks that were provided. And they raised the bar, so if we're visiting your site tomorrow, we expect you to match what the great schools did today. I was thankful to have these educators with us because just like Dr. Zitlo said, it gives us an opportunity to learn from them. Right? They are here to share and see what we're doing, but it's always an opportunity when educators get together to collaborate. That's one reason collaboration time is so important, right? In other words, any teacher can tell you how valuable collaboration time is. And when educators get together, they are masterful at coming up with solutions and being innovative. And so I appreciated the opportunity to hear the thoughtful questions of our colleagues from South Africa. They held up a mirror in a way to show some things that maybe we had taken for granted or even kind of overlooked. I'll use the analogy. It's like having somebody over to your house, right? In other words, you want the house to look nice, but this felt like an authentic visit. This was not a like, please go to this one place that looks good. But when you have somebody over, and they say, oh, that painting on the wall looks pretty good. You're like, oh, I'd kind of forgotten that. But yeah, I guess it does look pretty good, right? You whip up a dish for dinner, and they're like, this is really good. Oh, I just kind of got used to it. It really allowed us to look at some of our programs and some of the things we're doing with fresh eyes, and I found it inspiring. I I wanted to match the enthusiasm that our guests had. And so, I want you to know just how impressed they were, and I want all the sites to know how they recognize the great work that's being done district-wide. So it was inspiring. It will continue. And obviously, they're here for our PAL retreat, which is going to be on Thursday, but we will be visiting sites tomorrow, and then they will be participating with us during our PAL retreat. I want to thank, I heard two members mention it. Board Member Mendoza, you mentioned it earlier, and President Nishii, you asked something of the students recently. And that is the idea of course, we want to celebrate our successes, right? But I thought it was very thoughtful when you ask, well, what do you need, right? In other words, thank you for telling me all the good things that are going on, but what kind of resources or supports do you need? And I want to share that the teachers and nurses of ABC, we need a competitive salary schedule. So I want to share that with you, right? Along with sharing all of our successes, I need to share that very, very clear need. The work our members are doing is inspiring, and it deserves to be rewarded. And the time is now to move forward with a meaningful plan to address declining enrollment. I know we're going to talk about it later, but we will work with you on an actionable plan to address the long-standing issue of declining enrollment. We can no longer allow issues like AB 218 to hold us back. We need parameters that are expansive enough to meet our goals. So please share with me the enthusiasm that I saw today mirrored with our guests, right? They could see all the good work that we're doing. We want to continue doing that good work together. And we need to be innovative. And so we trust you to be as innovative as all the teachers and nurses and staff members and students are being. Please be as innovative with an actionable plan moving forward. I know we can do this together. Si se puede.
We don't need translation for that. Public comments.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be 15 to 20 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be 6 to 10 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in bylaw 9323. At this time, we have 2 public comments.
Yes, but before we go too much farther, I'd like to recognize City Councilperson Ernie Vargas, City Councilwoman Monica Manalo, and the Mayor of Cerritos, Frank Yokoyama. Thank you for participating in this. Go ahead.
So for non-agenda items, the first speaker coming forward will be Anish Vashishta. Following Anish, the speaker will be Rosalind Henderson. If you could please line up. Thank you. Please, you will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed faculty and board members. I'm really sorry I put all of your respected and good names into just board members. Really apologize about that. My name is Anish Vasishta, and I'm a freshman at Whitney High School. I would like to begin by thanking ABCUSD board for approving Sanskrit to be counted for world language credits. This decision not only acknowledges the academic value of the language, but also creates opportunities for students like me who are passionate about pursuing it. I have been studying the language of Sanskrit since the 8th grade through Samskrita Bharati Sappho course, or Samskrita as a foreign language, a structured program that includes writing, reading, speaking, and the cultural study of Sanskrit. Learning Sanskrit has strengthened my skills in grammar, logic, and analysis, while also giving me a deeper appreciation for history and culture. It has also helped me in my other subjects as well, since the structure and discipline required in Sanskrit carry over to problem solving in math, science, and even to clearer expression in English. Because I've been consistently engaged in this program for more than a year, I respectfully request that my coursework be considered for credit beginning this year rather than waiting until next year. This would recognize the effort and time I have already invested and allow me to remain on equal footing with peers who are currently receiving credit for their world language studies. I would also like to emphasize that Sappho, Sanskrit as a foreign language, the program is not casual learning. It follows a structured multi-year curriculum with textbooks, weekly assignments, interactive classes, midterms, and final exams. It requires the same level of dedication and accountability as any other high school world language course. By recognizing my work in this program, the district would be treating it with the seriousness and academic value it deserves. Once again, I sincerely thank the board for recognizing Sanskrit and for providing students with diverse opportunities in language learning. I respectfully ask for your support in granting credit for my current studies beginning this year. Your decision would not only recognize my effort and commitment, but would also encourage students to take initiative to pursue meaningful learning opportunities beyond the classroom. Thank you very much for your time, consideration, and the support you give. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rosalind Henderson. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm new to this, so I'm sure I'm missing some accolades and whatnot. But I have a question for you. How is the district actively and regularly supporting the well-being of educators? We have a teacher shortage, and part of that reason is due to burnout. Across the United States, there are 45,000 unfilled positions, according to the Learning Policy Institute. Then there is chronic teacher absences that cost the district millions of dollars across the United States. And then there's those stressed educators who show up so overwhelmed that they do just enough to collect their paycheck. Teachers and staff are regularly struggling with toxic stress, and you see it in symptoms such as anxiety, depression, panic attacks, insomnia, fatigue, you name it. The president of CTA, E. Toby Boyd, noted that there are a lot of teachers who are just hanging on. I was a teacher for 30 years. The impossible workload, the lack of resources, and the giving and giving and giving till there was nothing left to give ended in burnout for me. Now I'm retired, and I have created a program with my son, Dr. Emil, MD. It's an intervention program called Beyond Self-Care Basics, targeted at building the emotional, mental, and physical resilience into the school culture so that the best teachers and administrators are retained. And so some educators can find their joy again in teaching. So what's the result of this program? Well, the result is innovative work being done, continuity of instruction, and higher achievement for both the school and the community. Investing in our educators is investing in our kids and the school communities. Let's talk. I'll be emailing this. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments?
None.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second, Tatiana.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any particular item from the consent calendar? Go ahead. Board Member McCanton,
3.9C and 3.10C.
3.9C and 3.10C. Okay, go ahead and ask your questions.
I don't really have a question. I just have a comment for Dr. Castro and for Dr. Francois. So I see that you are applying for, the first one is the K-12 Strong Workforce Program Grant, which has to do with career technical education. And the next one is the application for Career Technical Education Incentive Grant Program. I was very, very happy to see these because you've done so much with career technical education, and I just think this will make it stronger. So just a thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to return it back to the consent calendar? Thank you. So we'll turn it back to the consent calendar. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Correction. I have another board comment from Board Clerk Bowie.
Yes, quickly for consent item 3.1C. I see that we have services by CF Fitness and El Rescate. They're provided to the district at no charge. I want to find out about CF Fitness. I believe I've seen that name before, and I wanted to know how we're able to get it at no charge to the district.
Thank you for the question. I can work directly with Elliott Elementary School to provide you that update on how they were able to receive that free of charge. I know that Elliott particularly has worked with CF Fitness over the years, and they do provide activities for lunch and recess and physical education activities. So it might be in addition to some of the services that they're already receiving to receive some additional in kind, but I can confirm that with the school site principal. As for item number 5, at Rescate, I do want to highlight that as an effort from our ABCFT Retirement Association, that they worked with our Migrant Education Department and Dr. Ha from Special Programs to form a partnership with Adjournment, a nonprofit, to provide parent workshops on how to support our immigrant families with some of the questions they may have around the current policies.
Thank you. I do want to highlight those two businesses, those two partners who are coming to our schools and providing those programs at no cost. So thank you.
Okay, and with that, we can return that back to the regular consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
All right, so I will recall for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, action 1.1. I'd like to have a motion to approve the request to form an ad hoc board advisory committee to establish a memorial for Whitney High School to honor Mr. Robert Beal, former ABC administrator. This request was made by a community member, I think it was a mayor, to honor Mr. Beal.
Second.
Dr. Zito.
I was just going to say a community member made this request last spring, and so we're bringing it forward.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
I see none.
All right, is there any board comment on this item? Seeing none, then I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So the motion passes 7-0. Please pick your community members quickly. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to this board advisory committees?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So tonight I bring before the board approval for my appointee to the Student Transfer Committee, and that's Linda Gonzalez. She is here in the audience if you want to step up so you can say a couple words. Just as she's getting up here, if you live in Artesia, you know Linda Gonzalez. She works with the Artesia, Miss Artesia pageant. She's very involved in the community, and I'm going to let her say a few words.
Well, I know most of you. My name is Linda Gonzalez, and I see a lot of familiar faces. And yes, I am a resident of Artesia Cerritos, and I have been all my life. I am currently the director of the Miss Artesia pageant, and I have been for 21 years. This is something that the school district has helped me with. And actually, at Gar High School, I have Miss Artesia and Miss Artesia team attending. I also have a daughter at Gar High School. I have a daughter of special needs at Stowers, and I have a grandson at Ross. So thank you for the education that you're giving my children. I belong to a lot of nonprofit organizations here in the city of Artesia and Cerritos, and I'm here to help out with all of you too. Thank you.
And she's a product of ABC Unified.
I am Gar High School.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, and I'm just asking for an approval. Thank you, board members.
Great. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Is there any board comment on this item? I just like to thank you for selecting her to be part of this committee. She's a great choice. I've seen her. She got me involved in things, and I don't even know why. But she's got that magnetism. That happens. You should have warned me. All right. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I think the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, I have 1.4A. Can I have a motion to approve a plan to consolidate and reconfigure schools to address declining enrollment district-wide?
Tatiana moves.
Dr. Zito.
Thank you. At our special study session, a request was made to bring this item back. And so this evening, what is before you is what you also saw in June. The plan would include a process to reconfigure district middle schools to include grades 6, 7, and 8, to reconfigure Whitney High School to include 6th grade, and to consolidate 4 of our elementary schools with other schools near them, those schools being Aloha, Ferguson, Juarez, and Stowers.
Thank you. Board Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
My understanding is we do have public comment, and our director, Scott, we believe we have about 30 currently, so
How many do we have?
We do. We had 29. We've had some people that may have left. If you did get a number when you came in and you got a card, if you could please go outside and line up, and we're going to try to make this as efficient as possible. So there we go. So we'll have the first 10 line up, and we'll please see Mr. Song outside, and we'll bring you in. So we'll be bringing them in groups like we have in the past.
Great, thank you. So our policy is 30 minutes for public comment, but I think in order to hear everyone, we will need to have a motion to extend our public comment to be able to hear that. So 3 times, it's 3 minutes for public comment, 29, so that would be roughly an extra 60 minutes. Well, it's an extra 60 minutes.
Extra, so total 90 minutes.
So a total 90 minutes. Can I have a motion to extend public comments?
Second, Tatiana.
Okay, so we'll have it extended to 90 minutes public comments. It is 9:10, 9:11.
Okay, can I start or? Okay. Good evening to students, board members. I'm Dennis Shea, father of Jaden Shea. He's a kindergarten student in Stowers. This is his, he's adjusting really well right now with his time in Stowers. So we chose Stowers not because of, it was our school of choice. We were at Cerritos Elementary. And we heard about the Mandarin Immersion Program. And actually, we heard it was growing. They had to have a third class from the 2 classes before in its third year of infancy. So 10% of the entire ABC school district of the 1,024 kindergartners out of 20 schools, that's 110 kindergartners you have to consider. So you can see that the demand is real. Stowers is also the only IB elementary school in the area. I mean, you have JFK in La Palma. Even this, on your newspaper, Aura Academy, they're emphasizing IB. So, I mean, if you lose IB, how long is it going to take to get the IB status back? So, beyond the numbers, you can see, Stowers has had success. With the idea of scattering 555 students, sending some of them to Whitney Middle School as 6th graders, and the rest to like Gonzalez because of the school's proximity, or other schools inter-district. It seems like a really daunting task if you ask me. So why dismantle a program that is growing and thriving and already delivering the results, specifically for the IB and the Mandarin Immersion Program, and break the trust and force families that didn't want this decision in the first place. So I respectfully ask the board to keep Stowers open and allow the students to continue to thrive in this environment. 亲爱的家长，我鼓励你们，如果你有什么想法，赶快来分享给大家听。为什么要让别人就是决定你小孩的未来？好，谢谢 ，Thank you。
Thank you.
Respected members of the school board, my name is Hector Ruiz, a 3rd grade teacher and Stowers Union Site Rep. Let's talk about the twisties for a moment. Now, you may remember Simone Biles' struggle with the phenomena during the 2021 Tokyo Olympics. Struggling with spatial awareness while airborne, her vaults became dangerous as she could not locate a landing while attempting a flip or twist. I'm no gymnast, obviously, but I have a fear of heights, and the thought of being in the air with no safe way to land is scary enough. I feel that our district is now trapped in a twisty, pushing forward with school closures, yet lacking a definitive plan to stick a landing. You see, a plan that may seem self-evident to those in charge, it's fairly opaque to those of us actually tasked with making those plans a reality. Throughout this process, every missive from the district office has placed a school closure decision upon your shoulders as a school board. In some respect, I guess it absolves the district office for fomenting suffocating uncertainty that hung over the close of last school year and clouds the traditional uplift of this still new school term. Then there's the district's most recent FAQ, embracing the sunk cost fallacy of the Schoolworks project, reported with inaccurate numbers that seriously undercounted Stowers kindergartners, concluding that a school with the largest group of kinder students in ABCUSD should be closed. And it was the district office filled with hubris coming to Stowers staff in May, unloading this closure plan onto a shell-shocked staff, taking no direct questions while putting the report's finding upon your shoulders, thinking our school community would roll over and accept this. One of the DO employees remarked that day that the meeting with us went well. Instead, it was enough motivation that our community's response has been to prove that no, it has not in fact gone well at all. Before you decide, ask the district office to show you their plans. Push them for details. Are we going to stick this landing, or are we caught in a twisty where the district can't locate where it will land, much less in any upright position? Because other than tasking you with closing schools, there's a legitimate doubt that detailed plans actually exist. We've heard plans involving teachers following students. In Stowers' case, our Mandarin program goes to Gonsalves, while the IB program, and conceivably the rest of Stowers teachers, goes to Cerritos Elementary, despite the fact that Cerritos has not been certified as an IB campus, nor is the district committed to even maintaining IB. And if capacity numbers revealed at the recent study session are accurate, the Stowers diaspora would be split between 2 schools without space for new students, which also means there's no room for teachers who may accompany them there. Has the district the loose cash for the added cost of portables at $65 to $150K a pop? Wasn't this plan supposed to keep the district solvent? Yet we have this money? And what of transferring teachers? Our Mandarin teachers are relatively new, but Stowers' old guard include at least 5 of us with over 25 years of experience each. What does that do to the staff at a school site as our seniority bumps their younger teachers? These, of course, are just some of the Stowers community's concerns. Now think about all of the other proposed closure candidates. I understand the pressure to decide, but if the district office wants you, as the school board, to be the final arbiter, you need to press them for details first. Make the district office accountable for plans before you commit to an irreversible outcome. Don't choose just for the sake of choice. Take the time you need, because once you head towards the landing, gravity takes over, and being in position before that happens will determine how this plays out. Thank you.
Good evening, ABC board members and staff and the community. My name is Pei-Chi Chow, and I am the parent of a kindergartner, Layla Yen at Stowers Elementary. Although we are an out-of-district transfer family, this district is home to me. My husband and I grew up here and are graduates of ABC, specifically Artesia High. And I wanted my daughter to experience the same sense of belonging and opportunity that shaped me and my husband. When we found that the Mandarin Dual Immersion Program at Stowers, we knew it was the perfect fit. For my daughter, it's not just about learning a second language, it's about connecting with her own heritage in a way that is joyful, meaningful, and empowering. Without the specialized programs such as the dual immersion and the international baccalaureate programs, we would not have been able to enroll in ABC Unified. Although she's only been at Stowers for a short time, she comes home every day excited to share her experiences and learnings at school. She is proud of who she is and is eager to learn more about her culture because of this program. But what makes Stowers truly special is not only the program, it's the people. Her teacher and the staff welcome her with open arms, making her feel safe, cared for, and seen. In just a few months, she has blossomed academically, socially, and emotionally. This is the gift this school gives to its children. Closing Stowers would take away more than classrooms and desks. It would take away a space where kids like mine are discovering their voices, their confidence, and their identities. For our family and for so many others, this school is more than a place to learn, it's a second home. As a parent who chose to return to the district because of its reputation for excellence in community, I ask you to please keep Stowers open. The value of what happens in those classrooms cannot be measured only in numbers. It's measured in the joy of our children, in their growth, and in the pride they carry forward into the future. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Christina Ball, literacy coach at Ferguson Elementary. I have the pleasure of being in this role since the CDE awarded our school with the Literacy Coaches and Reading Specialist Educator Training Grant. Last school year, you heard me speak about the goal of the grant, how much money was awarded to our school, and how we have developed and implemented a literacy plan to support the success of the students at our site. Throughout the past year and a half, we have participated in a step-by-step process which has been facilitated by both the Los Angeles County Office of Education and the Sacramento County Office of Education. They both actually just came to visit our site today to see all of the hard work that we have been doing and gave us some really valuable feedback. As I previously mentioned, if Ferguson were to close and this grant were to be lost, because again, it is non-transferable, we would be missing out on a lot of free, invaluable professional learning. Unfortunately, there were too many to name in under 3 minutes, so I've provided you with a document which takes you through all of the professional learnings we have been a part of in the past year and a half, and what professional learnings are still to come throughout the life of the grant. Throughout all of the trainings we are receiving from nationally renowned experts and top researchers in the field, we are walking away with actionable steps and strategies and creating a system that supports the specific needs of the students at our site. A couple of examples that we are really excited about this year is that we will be participating in another signature course provided by the California Reading and Literature Project titled Learning How English Works. Over 4 sessions, we will unpack and learn how to support instruction of Part 2 of the California ELD standards. We will also attend a dual language training series focused on biliteracy development around the science of reading. So far last year, we participated in over 60 hours of professional learning. This year alone, we are scheduled to attend 92 hours. All of these same trainings will continue to be offered throughout the 27-28 school year. One of the final stages of this grant is to focus on sustainability at our site. It would be an absolute shame to have gathered all of this knowledge to only have all of our teachers and students separated into new school sites with different initiatives and zero support to implement all of these new strategies. In one of our trainings with Dr. Daryl Mickle, he stated that a change in practice can take 3 to 5 years, and each individual within the organization must change for organizational change to occur. Long-term use of a new skill is unlikely without sustained learning opportunities. The state of California has shown that it sees the value in investing in our students at Ferguson because they see the needs of that population. Why is it that the very own district that these students belong to can't see the same? Also, I would like to be clear that I am not up here speaking for myself. I am up here advocating for the work that we've been doing to support our students and families in the Ferguson community, who we will continue to speak up for, because to us, our students are more than just numbers. As teachers, we're always told that when analyzing data, we should take a comprehensive approach to evaluating a student's entire development, going beyond traditional test scores to include academic, emotional, social, and even physical aspects. When it comes to school closures, why is it that we keep going back to just the data and not taking into account all of those other aspects of our most vulnerable communities? Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marvin, and I am here for a third time to advocate on behalf of the community of Hawaiian Gardens. Specifically, I am here once again to ask you to keep Ferguson Elementary School open. When I first stood before you, I highlighted the investment that the city of Hawaiian Gardens has been making to support our youth and reduce crime. I warned that closing Ferguson Elementary without a clear plan for the site would not only disrupt the lives of students and families, but could also leave behind vacant property, vulnerable to crime, vandalism, and neglect. The second time I came here, I brought you hard data, statistics on income levels, educational attainment, and poverty rates, showing that Hawaiian Gardens is not like its neighboring cities. I made it clear then, and I will say it again tonight, school closures do not impact all communities equally. To call this an objective decision is misleading because in reality, it disregards equity. Closing Ferguson is not an equal decision, it is a disproportionate one, and it will fall hardest on a community that is just seeking to better itself. And now tonight, I stand here at a loss. I cannot understand why a few of you continue to push this agenda and place Ferguson Elementary at a risk for closure. I also cannot understand how some of you have dedicated literally your lives to representing others and know firsthand what it feels like when families are stripped of opportunities and dignity and could just vote to do the same for my community through this closure. Board members, I implore you, vote with a conscience. Hawaiian Gardens is nearly 80% Latino, and I hope you would agree that our brown community has been through enough. If you move forward with this closure, you are not making a neutral financial decision, you are making a moral one. The message will be clear, and also your legacies, that equity and representation are negotiable, and that this community's needs can be dismissed. I urge you, do not turn your back on Ferguson and do not take away one of the few stable institutions that my community has. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edith Padilla Corrales, Spanish dual immersion literacy coach at Ferguson Elementary. I understand the urgent need ABC has to consolidate schools and take seriously the financial solvency that must keep this district moving forward. However, students, families, and communities cannot and should not only be considered data. We must also acknowledge other critical factors, especially when looking at school consolidation. Ferguson Elementary is more than just a building. Its central location in the community of Hawaiian Gardens makes it an important hub for civic engagement and support. Our field has hosted multiple city events, as well as youth recreational sports programs. As shared previously in a board meeting, the City of Hawaiian Gardens continues to invest in this site through the potential field renovation project at Ferguson. The long-term relationships built between Ferguson and Hawaiian Gardens means multiple generations of families have attended the school. It's not uncommon for veteran Ferguson teachers to be working with the children or grandchildren of former students. This translates into open, safe conversations where sensitive information can be shared. This is vitally important, especially during this current climate where our immigrant families are targeted and vulnerable within their own cities. If you haven't already, I strongly suggest read the op-ed written by former Ferguson teachers Sandy Mercado and Kathleen Limon, shared on the August 29th Cerritos News. They share important historical data about the community and its connection to Ferguson. Secondly, the decision to close Ferguson Elementary would undermine the district's mission to serve all ABC students and families. Since 2020, the ABC Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory Committee is charged with bridging cultural and racial inequities and gaps within ABC. Displayed prominently on the Equity Office website is the motto, "Equity is love in action." While I am grateful for the creation of groups like Black Family Circle and the Hispanic Latino Family Circle, these groups do not focus on one of the key elements of educational equity and leadership. Transformative equity leadership aims to challenge the status quo, change oppressive structures, and promote empowerment for traditionally underserved students. Last year, I came to speak to the board about the oppressive school of choice system that will always hurt our high-need students. I'd like to remind the board that you could choose to improve that system to protect underserved students and their schools. That would be equity in action. The recent district consolidation FAQ stated that less than 20% of the unduplicated students would be affected by consolidation. What it doesn't share is that Ferguson is ranked number 2 in total of unduplicated students, 93.94% of our students. That means that they are English learners, foster youth, or qualify for free and reduced meals. If you choose to close Ferguson, you are now creating more hardship for students who are already at a disadvantage. And in this month of Hispanic Heritage, I would like to remind the board that our school is 94.9% Hispanic. We are honoring them with platitudes with these presentations, and I appreciate it. And if I could just say one more piece, I know I'm over. Moments like tonight, when the school board takes on difficult decisions, these are the moments when ABC is truly going to show whether they stand behind the phrase, "Equity is love in action." Please act accordingly. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Zietlow, President Ishii, and esteemed board members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Rick Torres. I'm a proud Whitney High School graduate, a proud Whitney Junior High parent, and a very proud spouse to a longtime Whitney teacher. I understand this topic is not exactly on tonight's agenda, but since action items can be amended, I'd like to share my concerns with the proposal to move Whitney Junior High to Stowers campus and expand Whitney High School. First and foremost, I believe it's irresponsible to consider such a move without conducting a thorough cost analysis. According to the frequently asked questions document shared to the community earlier this week, the response to the question, does the district have the data that shows it making Stowers into a middle school is cost effective? The answer was that a full analysis is premature. To be honest, even discussing this as a possible future action without preliminary, much less full cost analysis is absurd. I understand this may feel like desperate times, but that should never result with desperate actions. I work in the private sector, and making a major decision with long-term consequences without full financial analysis would be unthinkable. This is especially troubling because the changes under discussion are being considered strictly for financial reasons. None of the board members have ever argued that splitting Whitney and increasing enrollment is in the best interest of the students, and that's because it's not. We have no estimate of what the cost would be to retrofit Stowers to serve middle school students, let alone what would be required to create a campus that would compete with others and attract out-of-district families. Lockers, changing rooms, gymnasium, science labs, and other age-appropriate facilities would all require major investments. On the other hand, making only minimal adjustments would result in a subpar campus, giving families, especially those outside the district, lower incentive to apply. If a parent had to choose between Oxford and Whitney, why would they choose Whitney if Oxford had stronger facilities? Beyond facilities, Whitney's unique learning environment is part of what makes it successful. Younger students benefit from following the examples of upperclassmen as they build strong, lasting relationships with teachers and administrators, partly because they are part of a small, close-knit family for many years. While this culture may not be easily measurable, it is central to Whitney's success. How can we say with confidence that splitting the school and increasing enrollment would not undermine the very qualities that make Whitney so effective? I understand the logic that opening Whitney to more out-of-district students would increase enrollment and bring in additional funds, but if it requires moving Whitney middle schoolers from a top-notch campus, the trade-offs seem heavily weighted against the proposal. There are other more logical steps that could increase enrollment without dismantling what makes Whitney unique and successful, or disrupting other schools in the district. At the very least, research should be conducted to explore how such a policy might benefit the district. I would also like to see a study session called only to discuss converting junior highs into middle schools, as there's too much at stake to vote for the idea with the promise that we can always vote to go back. Thanks.
Hello, ABC District Board members. My name is Ling, and I'm a proud mom of Elias, a kinder student in the Mandarin program at Stowers, a kindergartner who comes home every day saying how much he loves school. We're an out-of-district family who transferred from Anaheim Elementary School District, and I'm here to speak from that perspective. Well before Elias was to start kindergarten, we were researching where else to send him because our home district wasn't the obvious choice. While it does offer a growing dual language immersion program, which includes Mandarin, the overall school performance ratings gave us much concern. When we learned about Stowers and its MI program, Mandarin Immersion Program, we were very intrigued, but honestly, it felt out of reach. Since our home district already had a Mandarin Immersion Program, getting a release to attend another one at another school was going to be difficult. Not to mention, we had to consider the significant commute as well. But everything changed after I toured the school and learned that Stowers isn't just a Mandarin immersion school, it's also an IB school. That was the missing piece, the differentiator that helped us justify the transfer request. We applied, and it was approved. But even with all the approvals in place, we hesitated, especially after hearing about the potential closure last May. It gave us a serious pause, but what ultimately won us over beyond the exceptional academics was the community, the parent involvement, the care, and the love for the school and its students. It was inspiring, and that gave us the confidence to commit. And we weren't alone. Despite this uncertainty, 110 kindergarten families enrolled this year, and 75 of which in Mandarin immersion. That's an incredible show of faith in this school and its programs. And yet, here we are again, facing the possibility of closure. As an out-of-district family, I want to make something very clear. If Stowers closes and the IB program is not continued elsewhere, we cannot simply follow the Mandarin Immersion Program to another school in ABC. Our district requires us to renew the transfer annually. Our transfer was granted because of the IB designation, and I'm sure this is true for many other out-of-district families. IB is what made the transfer possible, and it's not something that can just be moved. It takes years to achieve. It's the combination of IB and Mandarin immersion that has made Stowers a true magnet school. It's what has drawn families like ours, committed to providing our children with the best education possible, even if it means extra paperwork, longer drives, and uncertainty. Lastly, I want to briefly address the proposed 6th to 8th grade middle school model. While I understand the potential advantages, I urge you to consider the impact on families like ours. Many of our home districts follow a 7th to 8th grade structure. To complicate things further, our elementary and secondary school district.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jane Choi, and I am the proud parent of 2 students at Stowers Elementary School. Stowers is our home school. I'm a Cerritos resident, and I'm a graduate of Leo, Stowers, Tetzlaff, and Cerritos High School. And I'm here to ask that the board set aside the decision on phase 2 of the reconfiguration proposal, which includes moving the 6th through 8th middle school to a middle school model with 6th through 8th, as well as subsequently closing Stowers. I'm opposed to moving the district to a 6th through 8 model because I'm not convinced as a parent that based on the information we were given, that the benefits and the positives would really outweigh the negatives and make it truly worth it. The fact that ABC Unified is in the minority of districts with a 7th to 8th middle school configuration tells me that this is a selling point that other families may be looking for in this option of middle school instead of a 6th through 8th option. And I would like the board to further think through how this reconfiguration would benefit students and not necessarily look at it from a financial point of view. And then separately, I would like the board to consider all options about closing one more elementary school before it moves to shut down Stowers. The schoolwork study says that if the middle school changes move forward, that one more elementary school needs to close due to the smaller population at each elementary school. And then the schoolwork study recommends that one more school be Stowers. But it doesn't say why, it doesn't give an explanation, and you're about to affect the families of 550 plus students. And I think we deserve an explanation of why it's Stowers. And I think the previous speaker spoke of this to kind of slow down and take a look at moving to the 6th through 8 model because it's a big deal. It's a big change for the entire district. And at the same time, if one more elementary school needs to go, I think we need to look at all other options. And I don't understand why Stowers is on the chopping block with really no explanation given to the families. And so I understand the school work study relied on outdated enrollment data. Stowers has strong enrollment numbers in the past few years, and the FAQ was the starting point. More explanation is necessary, however. And I also want to thank our teachers who have been just day in and day out there for the students, keeping them first, even though this is a huge stress for us. For families, for teachers, it's very impactful to think about how we plan for the future, how we invest, how we fundraise. And so we ask that at least you consider studies with the most updated information. And please also clarify whether we're still looking at Stowers under phase 2. It gets mixed up like, oh, what's phase 2 versus we're closing these 4 schools, including Stowers. There seems to be some confusion about that. So I please ask the board to clarify what is really being voted on because from my understanding, the school work study was just phase 2 Stowers was being considered. But now I'm hearing 4 schools, including Stowers, are being cut. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Good evening, community and board members. I'm here again asking that you reconsider the School Works Consolidation Report. I'm super offended that the board would consider closing elementary schools before we close adult schools that mostly offer arts and crafts, fitness, and sewing. I'm sure we can agree these programs will be easily moved to school campuses or community centers. It's ironic the presentation on attendance today confirms all the things that I've been asking the board to acknowledge. When you start busing kids to different schools, the attendance will fail along with mental health. And I also wonder why you're asking the kids who are presenting today how you can financially support them. Maybe you didn't specify financially, but we're all sitting here knowing that you're looking to close 4 schools, and it's just heartbreaking when you want to offer them more programming where we're getting less. And what I'm hearing the district say is, we cannot inconvenience our privileged kids, minus Stowers families. Ferguson, which is 94% Latino, Aloha, Juarez are predominantly Black and brown and low socioeconomic. Why would you take away from the kids who need the help the most? Parents of Stowers are a wealth of information, and I hope you listen to the report they present, unifying 2 communities instead of continuing this anti-brown agenda. I also have so many ideas myself, and I've shared them with you at multiple meetings. When will you listen to the community you represent, which is 47% Latino, and we are Hawaiian Gardens patriots, and we will continue to fight.
Hello, my name is Lily Rico. I go to Ferguson and I'm in the dual immersion program. And because of my wonderful teachers, I am able to read, write, and speak Spanish, and along with 70% of the world. So closing down our school would mean an end to this program and our trust in our school board. Hola, mi nombre es Lili Rico y yo voy a la escuela de Ferguson y yo estoy en el programa bilingüe y gracias a mis maestras fantásticos y yo puedo hablar y leer en español con 70% del mundo. Entonces, si seremos nuestra escuela, significará el fin de este programa y nuestra confianza en nuestra junta escolar.
Hi, my name is Janet Ortiz, and I am a proud parent for Ferguson Elementary. We often hear talk of equity and equality, but do we truly understand the difference? Equality means giving everyone the same thing. Equity, however, means giving everyone what they need to be successful. And with that, I come to you once again. Achieving equity means recognizing and addressing disparities by providing tailored support and resources. It's about ensuring everyone, regarding their background, has the same opportunity to thrive and participate fully. With that being said, I know our district promotes equity, but are we truly practicing when you are purposely targeting schools with children that have the most needs and targeting our DLI schools? You mentioned that the program can easily be transferred, but let's really think about it. Is it? Wouldn't it be easier to transfer other schools that only have the SEI program, which is the English program, to one school? Or truly promote and invest in our bilingual programs? We are here because of declining enrollment, and Ferguson has been able to maintain a steady enrollment. Please give us a chance to keep doing what we've been working so hard this past years. Don't let our efforts, sweat, and tears go in vain. Thank you.
Good evening, President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, Superintendent Zilo, and members of the board. My name is Sokompu. I am a parent and community member. My husband is a Lakewood native, and he went to kindergarten, 12th grade in ABC Unified. And he couldn't be here today because he's with the kids at home, but he wanted me to be here to share our story. So, and really talk about how it's going to impact us as far as school closures. So my husband and I just celebrated our 15th year anniversary 2 months ago. It wasn't easy for us to have kids, but in summer of 2020, we had our first son. And soon after, we made a decision to move into the Loja neighborhood elementary school area. And for 4 years, my son and my husband walked by that school. And my son grew this eagerness to be part of this school and this community. A few years later, my 2-year-old now walks with us and has the same eagerness. And sometimes we'll ask, can I go to school with brother? And it was in spring of this year that I stopped by the school to say hello, checking in on enrollment. And it was Mrs. Robinson came out to greet me as the school principal. And it's just, in that moment as a parent, I knew that I made a really good decision to choose this neighborhood and come back to this district for where my husband grew up. I grew up next door in Long Beach Unified. And then one thing that I realized is they continue that in the last month that we've been here. There's always Mrs. Robinson outside, the first smile that students see. If not, it's Mrs. McGregor. And then his kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Miller, has been amazing. The support that my son has needed. Mr. Burnett, that's the counselor there. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because it's been such a journey for us. And families like mine, as well as others in this room, as well as not in this room that aren't able to be here, are gonna be impacted. Because you're not closing 1 school, 2 schools, or 3 schools, 4 schools that you're considering. That's a lot. And doing so could potentially and will dismantle community ecosystems. It's gonna remove safety nets. And it's actually going to possibly impact student supports in a way that you probably can't even imagine right now. So being a parent on the receiving end of this, I'm really urging and pleading that you really look and reevaluate, because is this the only option? Have you really looked at what all the options are? Because this would impact myself and other families in a way where we've prepared to be a part of these communities, and that's gonna be taken away, and it's not an easy thing to process. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board and Dr. Ziegler. My name is Olympia Chen, retired board member. Back then, when I was still on the board, the trend in California of declining enrollment was already appearing. So we did demographic study back then, and it was all confirmed. Your Mr. Chuang Wen is one of the specialists in this area. He looked at the number and pretty much correct each year for the prediction. So back then, if we have 200 less students enrollment each year, we worry. It was a big deal. Now, let me share with you the number. It's on the district website. You compare 2018-2019 with this year's current enrollment. We are 3,000 students less. We're not talking about 200. It's 3,000 less students. In other words, tsunami is on our face right now. Back then, school closure was on the back burner. We did many creative things, innovative things to put school closure on the back burner. But now, with 3,000 less students, we simply have to do something about it. I want to comment on the process. I appreciate very, very much because the study session, town hall meeting, by the way, website is an excellent resource. Now, if the board does not do anything, it creates this uncertainty. People in the community are talking about it, staff is talking about it, and worry about it. And this plan submitted to you is comprehensive with many brilliant ideas. No plan is perfect, and you cannot please everybody. So I strongly urge you to adopt the plan submitted to you, and let's move forward. ABC in our district, our biggest asset is our people, our staff. Under Dr. Zillow's leadership, I'm sure we will come up with the necessary steps to make adjustment so that school district can continue on. Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm Celia Spitzer, also a former board member, and Olympia and I served on the board together for a very long time. As always, she was eloquent, and she's always been like that and always really thinks things through. After witnessing declining enrollment for about 4 years, in early 2022, and Olympia's right, we had a demographic study in 2008. But even more recently, after witnessing declining enrollment for about 4 years, in early 2022, the board at that time saw the proverbial writing on the wall and realized some number of elementary schools needed to be closed and their students consolidated with other schools. The board formed an ad hoc committee to study the declining enrollment and the efficient use of facilities and make a recommendation by May of last year. Unfortunately, due to a number of events, the committee didn't have the opportunity to complete the task. In June of this year, after analysis by a consultant, a great deal of input from the ABC community, discussion by the board, and continuing declining enrollment, nevertheless, the board voted 4-3 to not close any elementary schools nor to reconfigure middle schools to include grades 6 through 8. Here we are in September and faced with the same problem. Declining enrollment continues, and a growing number of elementary schools have enrollment so low that their facilities cannot be used efficiently, resulting in combo classes, which can negatively impact student learning, and limited offerings in special programs and extracurricular activities. So here we are tonight, faced with an even bigger challenge than in June. You need to take action and close the recommended schools and have the middle schools reconfigured to include 6th grade. I support the consolidation and reconfiguration timeline and process as stated in the agenda item. While it may not please a number of people, voting it down again will only make things worse and more severely affect not only students in some elementary schools, but also all current and future middle school students. Thank you.
As a reminder, if you have a number that is greater than 16, if you could please make your way outside and we'll call you in.
Good evening. My name is Heather Montgomery. This is my 27th year as a teacher in this district. All of those years have been at Ferguson. I cannot tell you how many times I have heard, "Oh, you teach at Ferguson." At trainings by members of our own district. During my master's program, I had a professor that told me I shouldn't teach at my school longer than 5 years. I've even heard that when parents have come to enroll their students in a school in our district, that they've been deterred from enrolling them at a school like Ferguson. Teaching at a school like Ferguson is not just a job, it's more of a calling. It takes teachers that teach because they care and they are passionate. After the pandemic, the solution to much needed intervention was everyone gets a TOSA. We've all seen that picture of 3 children who are trying to see over a fence, and we give each of them a box. The tallest child could already see. The second child with that one box is now able to see, but the third child is still not able to see. Giving each of those children one box wasn't enough. But the one that got 2 boxes, we could have given, or got the box that he didn't need, we could have given it to the one that needed 2 boxes. The state recognized that Ferguson needs that additional block, but our own district has not. It's not that teachers aren't teaching. Many of the challenges that we face at Ferguson are systemic inequities. There are some days that are really hard with the students that I work with. But when we jump at the chance to close a school like Ferguson, we are not recognizing our own privilege. When I went for the interview to teach at Ferguson, my dad said, "Now, Heather, you're gonna see things that you're not used to." And I said, yeah, I know. I did not know. I grew up in a large family. We would have qualified for free lunches. My dad was self-employed. There were some years that were good, some that were not. And I will tell you that I do not have the same inequities that my students face. I never experienced things like insecurity, like food insecurity, housing insecurities. I was never worried about ICE. My family never struggled with not knowing the language. Even though things like money were tight, I grew up with parents that were educated and enriched my life with high level vocabulary. My mom was home when I got home from school and I had help with my homework. These privileges are not across our district. Our school our area has a nickname, the South Side, which I think the intentions initially were to support the schools that face certain inequalities. I really hope that this board can take a step back and recognize the differences here, that we can recognize the inequalities and the needs at Ferguson, because when we can do better, we should do better. Do we need to consolidate schools? Yes. Does it need to be schools that are burdened with inequalities or inequities? No. I don't see where the board has done their due diligence. Please do your due diligence before you make your final decision. Don't put undue strain on a community that is already vulnerable. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the board for their time. I understand that this is a very difficult decision, and it's my sincerest hope that the parents' voice is heard in that decision. There's a couple of things that I know and I don't quite know when looking at this process. I know that I signed up my child for Stowers because of its IB and dual immersion program. I know that there are multiple parents that have spoken highly of that school and the great opportunities that they were given there. What I don't understand is how a decision can be made without all the numbers. I understand that certain savings are expected from this, but how can a decision be made without looking at what the true cost of relocation, of rehabilitation, and the other impacts that our children will have to face? I do know that year over year, Stowers numbers have increased significantly because of out-of-district students and parents looking at these programs and deciding that's where they want to start their academic year. What I don't know is if the board has looked at what the potential impact is of losing those out-of-district parents, because the thing that they were looking for in this district is no longer available. I know, speaking to a lot of parents here, that they share the same concerns, and I know that if changes do occur, there will be an exodus of parents, there will be a loss of enrollment, there will be concern about the quality of the program, and ultimately the savings that you're looking for are not going to materialize. So I ask the board to take some time, look at all the numbers, truly consider what the short-term and long-term costs are going to be, what the potential loss of enrollment is going to be before making this decision. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for hosting this so the public could comment. I am a 30-year-old disabled mother. My child is not yet old enough to attend ABC School District. However, I myself am a product of ABC School District. I attended Willow Elementary. I went to Haskell Middle School, and I attended both Artesia and Tracy High. If it wasn't for some of these programs that were offered there at these schools, I would not be where I am today. I have been living in Hawaiian Gardens for 15 years now, most of my life. And my daughter, while again, she is not old enough to be in school, it is something that I have considered quite a lot. The uncertainty I have now with the potential school consolidations worries me greatly. I urge the board to consider the human cost in the equation. I understand that there are over $3 million annually. However, I do believe that that is money that is being put into the students, into the community. And I really struggle to imagine what our future, what our communities look like with that at stake. Sorry, thank you. I really hope that the board reconsiders and that they acknowledge that a nearby school is the difference between accessibility and reliance on others for some parents, and not just for myself, but for other parents who rely on the commute and the routine as a part of their daily lives. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I have more notes than I know I'm going to have time for. So I'm just going to speak on behalf. I'm here, Councilmember Ernie Vargas, representing the city of Hawaiian Gardens, and also in support of you not closing Ferguson Elementary School, a major part of our community. I can't tell you how much it means to our community. And you mustn't close it. Some of you that sit right there, you've never lived in the Hawaiian Gardens. You don't know what it's like. You don't know what it is for people who grow up there and have to deal with many of the things they've dealt with. I knew because as a kid, I grew up there. So I know what it's like. And Ferguson is a very important part of our community. And our council is 100% in supporting Ferguson, as well as all the schools that represent that our kids attend. So I'm asking you to reconsider and not close the school. I understand that there's still $4.9 million in the Measure B as of 6/30/24. That's how much money is still left, and that's allocated for Ferguson Elementary School. You can check if I'm incorrect, but this is what I looked up. Hawaiian has 5.0, Melbourne has 6.2, Fedi has 4.5, the school district has 10.9. Why don't you take some of that money and put it in the schools that you want to close in the district? I don't know how that money is distributed, but you can save these schools by considering what I'm asking here. Also, I want to talk to you about open space, and I'm going to share with you a little bit of the history. The casino took a major part of our community. Bloomfield School was closed. I was there as a coach there. We used to use that as a major part of our programs. The bingo property, which could have been kept, was lost. I have all the Bill, give me a second. The bingo was 275 and 855 square feet. Bloomfield School, 484, 350 square feet. That was lost. There was a place called Billy Milford Park, which is now Parkside. It's apartment. Those properties were all lost. That's the open space that we used to have. And I was there because I witnessed it. They're not there any longer due to those who make major decisions in our community in the past. They no longer sit on the city council. They no longer sit on the boards. And years from now, you won't sit on those boards. But the decision you make for our community to close Ferguson School will make a major effect in our community. I'm asking you to reconsider. Do not close Ferguson School. It is a very important piece of land and landmark for our community and children and the future of those who will attend that school. Thank you for considering my statements.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Nietzsche, Superintendent Zietlow, and distinguished board. My name is Michelle Peralta, and I'm a parent of a fourth grader at Stowers Elementary. You can tell. We came to Stowers as an out-of-district transfer on the recommendations of friends whose kids were in Stowers. I was able to acquire this transfer because our district doesn't have any IB schools. I will freely admit that I wasn't too sure about what an IB school entailed, but I knew I wanted it to be something for my kid, and I have seen her flourish in the years that she has been there. I have a cousin, or I have a nephew who is in a different district, and my kid is learning way more stuff than my nephew knows, all thanks to the IB school. So I live in Bellflower, which is right next door to Downey, who now have both an IB and a dual language immersion elementary and middle school. It makes me wonder why we're so quick to close our IB school, the only IB school in the district that is actually growing. Why are we not willing to spend the money that was spent on consultants and everything else when we could possibly make one of our middle schools an IB school? If we do that, reconfiguration of our schools for growing kids do not have to be made. Our middle school numbers will grow instead of how they're declining. While I've never thought to pull my kid out of this district, I have to admit that the pull of a middle school that has an IB right next to us sounds pretty tempting. Now, I know you might just look at me and say, she's just one person with just one kid, what does that matter? But I can guarantee you, I'm not the only one that's out of district that has those choices to make. And they have crossed many, many minds of fellow parents of my kids' school that think the same way. You know, we love our IB school, we love our Stowers community, and it's a disservice when we're the only IB school that's flourishing. We're a Mandarin school that's flourishing, and our numbers just keep growing and growing. And I feel that if you close us, instead of promoting the district, you're just going to cripple it. So, thank you.
Since no one else is coming to the mic, I will. Good evening, President Nishi and board members. My name is Gina Clayton Tarvin, and I speak tonight as a 30-year classroom teacher here in ABC Unified School District, 10 years at Fetty Middle School in Hawaiian Gardens, and 20 years at Cerritos Elementary School in Cerritos. And I'm also a 4-time elected school board member from the Ocean View School District in nearby Huntington Beach. I want to share a perspective on an issue we faced in Ocean View, and that now you are considering here in ABC Unified: school consolidation in the face of declining enrollment and budget cuts. In Ocean View, we learned firsthand that declining birth rates, high housing costs, and families leaving the state all lead to lower school enrollment. With fewer students come less funding, and school boards are left with heartbreaking decisions. Keep small neighborhood schools open and cut programs, or consolidate campuses to preserve essential services like music, counseling, athletics, and special education. I know how painful this process is because I have already been through this. Parents will come and plead for their schools. Teachers and staff worry about their jobs. Students feel like they're losing a second home. And as both a trustee and a teacher, I've seen the human cost up close. But here's the fiscal reality. The administrative labor costs of running just one elementary school is about $850,000 a year. And when a district consolidates, the potential savings is significant. Those savings are not abstract. They directly translate into protecting programs and ensuring every student has access to a full, well-rounded education. So the question then becomes, do we want to spread limited tax dollars across too many under-enrolled schools, watering down opportunities for kids, or do we want to act strategically and consolidate? What I urge you, this board, to do is lead. Take action. Lead with both courage and compassion. Courage to make fiscally responsible decisions as conservative fiduciaries to secure the district's long-term health. And compassion to ensure families and staff are supported through transparent communication, meaningful engagement, and thoughtful transition planning. School consolidation is about ensuring that students now and in the future have the resources, opportunities, and stability they need. And with careful planning and strong leadership from you, ABC Unified can transform what feels like a loss into a renewal. Therefore, I urge a yes vote on item 1.4 for consolidation. Do the right thing. Thank you for your time and for your service to our students. Good night.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Un saludo. Soy Juan Álvaro, papá de Kevin Álvaro en la escuela Willow, de tercer grado. Vengo a pedirles un comentario como padre y miembro de la comunidad escolar de Willow Elementary. Quiero expresar mi preocupación sobre la falta de consideración hacia la voz de los padres en decisiones que afectan directamente la educación de nuestros hijos. Nuestra participación no solo es derecho, sino también un elemento esencial para asegurar que cada estudiante reciba la atención y el apoyo que necesita.
I'm going to read some paragraphs so we can go one by one. Good evening, all the members of the school board. I'm Juan Álvaro. I'm the father of Kevin Álvaro, and he goes to Willow, and he's in third grade. And as a dad and member of the community of Willow Elementary, I would like to express how worried I am about the lack of consideration towards all the parents' voices on decisions that affect our kids' education. Our participation is not only as a right, but it's an essential element to make sure that each student gets all the attention and support they need.
Muchos padres compartimos la preocupación de que nuestras opiniones no siempre es escuchada ni tomada en cuenta en decisiones importantes que impactan a la educación de nuestros hijos. La participación de los padres es un derecho protegido por la ley y una parte fundamental para garantizar que cada estudiante pueda desarrollarse plenamente.
Many parents share the concern that our opinions are not always heard and taken into account in important decisions that impact our children's education. that participation of the parents is a right protected by the law and a fundamental part of ensuring that each student can fully develop.
Es importante mencionar que debido a estas situaciones algunos estudiantes han comenzado a mostrar desmotivación e incluso rechazo a asistir a la escuela, lo que es claro y indicador de que se requiere atención inmediata y acciones concretas para asegurar un entorno educativo seguro, inclusivo y de calidad.
It is important to mention that due to this situation, some students have begun to show demotivation, even refusal to attend school, and it's a clear indicator that immediate attention and concrete actions are required to ensure a safe, inclusive, and quality educational environment.
Respetuosamente pido que la mesa directiva garantice que los derechos de los padres sean escuchados y tomados en cuenta en todas las decisiones que afectan la educación de nuestros hijos. Solo a través de la colaboración entre padres y escuelas se puede asegurar que cada estudiante reciba la educación y el apoyo que merece, fomentando un entorno de aprendizaje positivo y efectivo para todos. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Respectfully, I ask the school board to give us the warranty that the rights of parents are heard and taken into consideration in all decisions that affect the education of our kids. Only through collaboration between parents and schools, we can ensure that every student receives the education and support they deserve, fostering a positive and effective learning environment for all of us. Thank you and have a good night.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Z. My name is Irene Shea, and I'm a parent in the Mandarin Immersion Program and also a school principal. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the dual language programs. Currently, the board is considering a relocation of 2 dual language programs. In my view, this reflects a mismanagement of the programs. Rather than investing in and strengthening these valuable offerings, the proposal creates instability and uncertainty, conditions that risk long-term damage to both enrollment and program quality. At Ferguson, a literacy grant is being implemented. Research shows that dual language students initially lag behind their English-only peers in English development. Ferguson's efforts to support these students through dedicated professional learning, literacy coaching, and community building must be sustained. Closing Ferguson would abruptly halt this progress and displace students and staff to campuses that do not share that whole school focus. Meanwhile, the Mandarin Immersion program at Stowers is only in its 3rd year. As shown in the charts that I provided, enrollment has grown, especially through its partnership with IB, but the program is still in its early stages. Like any startup, it faces foundational challenges that demand resilience, collaboration, and long-term commitment from both staff and families. Overcoming these challenges requires consistency and stability, and research is clear that consistency matters. Sustained, stable environments are essential for both student achievement and program success. The closures of Ferguson and Stowers represent the opposite of that. They disrupt learning, break community ties, and erode trust. Staff and students would have to relearn new routines, administrators, peers, and systems. Parent groups would need to rebuild relationships and partnerships from scratch. Much of the behind-the-scenes work that support these programs would halt. We've been asked to trust the district in relocating these programs, but the current track record does not inspire confidence. For example, families are still facing unresolved curriculum access issues more than a month into the school year for a 3rd year in a row. It wasn't until board member Mendoza intervened, and we thank her sincerely for advocating on behalf of our families, that we were even given a date for when access would be provided. If it takes over 3 years to address, not even resolve, a basic curriculum issue, how can we reasonably trust the district to manage the far more complex task of relocating and successfully transitioning entire programs? Imagine with me instead A growing coalition of engaged parents, passionate educators, and committed staff coming together to reimagine what dual language education can become when collaboration takes center stage. Rather than working in isolation, programs in schools like Ferguson and Stowers can unite around a shared vision that values multilingualism, equity, and community as essential pillars for student success. This district-wide partnership isn't just about improving individual programs, it's about building a cohesive ecosystem where the strengths of each site enriches the whole. So instead of a proposal created by an outside consultant who did not visit the schools and use flawed data, I urge the board to invest in the momentum already building within our community. This is a vision that we should be striving for, not a disruptive top-down relocation plan that derails years of hard work. Together, we have the potential to create something far greater. Thank you.
My turn. Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to just say good evening to all of you. Thank you for those of you who took the time to respond to my emails and to meet with me and with various groups of parents, including those from Ferguson and Stowers. I'm so heartened that they wish to create an alliance and collaboration along with NEMIS to support the maintenance of the 3 dual immersion programs. 2 are being affected. I have emailed you written comments, but here are some items I still think require attention before you vote on a plan without making amendments at a minimum. I know that everyone is well-meaning, but I first thought that you were going to go with the SchoolWorks plan, but I see now it's just a plan, and I'm hearing that the plan proposed by SchoolWorks is not the plan now. And so my remarks were going to talk about that. But I will continue to say there's no such thing as a Whitney attendance area. So if you're going to have a Whitney Middle School, the parents will drive anywhere you post the Whitney Middle School sign. They could join Feddy Middle School to build their school population, as one parent suggested in a Google meeting. If you close another school, you could spend the money on that. There's been no mention about the cost of the infrastructure to restructure a school, but I'm hearing outside that that's off the table. So if that's the case, I'm going to add some comments that Ernie Vargas didn't have a chance to mention regarding additional funds that have come specifically for Ferguson from Michelle Steele, a $1.4 million grant that's matched by the Moskowitz Foundation. Plus, as of last year, Ferguson has a $4.9 million allocation from the Measure BB budget. Regarding ADA, with the dismantling of Stowers Mandarin IB programs, we could potentially lose 168 out-of-district permits of students that we already have for students that attend the Mandarin and IB programs. You would need to have 168 new potential Whitney program students just to get to net zero. The study session report indicated a capacity to grow Whitney Middle and High School by 275 new students with a new configuration. If we are data-driven, the math simply doesn't add up to warrant all the disruption to everyone else to accommodate Whitney. Please amend the action plan to remove Ferguson and Stowers, preserving 2 out of the 3 dual immersion programs in Spanish and Mandarin, including the stellar Mandarin IB combination. I'm here to preserve and expand the biliteracy programs and support our community. Also, I'm very knowledgeable about the pathways to biliteracy for preschool and elementary. So please count on me. I'm here to help. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Zitlow. Everyone here knows I've been advocating for Stowers to remain open. But I'm here a little differently today. My focus is on the IB program and the non-immersion families. In the past, we've already shown in past presentations how both the IB program and the Mandarin immersion program have fueled Stowers growth and thus should remain intact as it is at Stowers. But as you know, the SchoolWorks recommendation states that should Stowers close, the immersion program should go to Gonzalez, and the IB non-immersion track goes to another school, perhaps Cerritos, but there's question as to whether it may even be in the same school. So I'm here, and that my hope is that the IB non-immersion track remains together in the event of closure, like the Mandarin program will remain intact. First, about the non-immersion students. I want, and to be clear, my children are in the non-immersion track, and we're also out-of-district students. I want to remind the board, the district, and our school administrator that supporting the non-immersion and supporting the Mandarin immersion programs is not an either-or choice. Both deserve recognition and investment, and this board, this district, and Stowers leadership can and should strengthen both, whether the school remains open or if it closes, and when determining how children are placed and how resources are allocated. Non-immersion families, many of who are out-of-district families, have been the backbone of the school. We trusted Stowers when no one else did. We carried it forward during the lean years, brought our children here, and in doing so brought revenue and ABCUSD that would have gone elsewhere. We are not an afterthought. We are the reason the school was a perfect landing spot for the Mandarin program. With respect to the inner baccalaureate primary years program, the IB program, let me be clear. This is not just another curriculum. It is the world-renowned program that fosters global citizenship, inquiry-based learning, and prepares students for success at every level. Families pay upwards of $24,000 a year to send their school to private school for the same IB program we have here at Stowers. To dismiss it or to fail to support it is to dismiss one of the strongest, most prestigious programs an elementary school can offer. Instead of closing an IB program, we should expand it. Imagine ABCUSD with a true IB track from elementary to middle to high school. IB at Stowers carried into Tesla, then in Agar. Neighboring high schools like Troy, Sunny Hills, and Kennedy already have an IB program along with their AP classes. We should use IB as a competitive advantage, a reason families choose a district, a reason that enrollment can grow. Lastly, I must emphasize, the non-immersion community at Stowers is not a leftover group of a closure plan. We are families, teachers, and students who believed in the school and who carried it forward when others would not, and who still believe in its potential. And with the arrival of the Mandarin Immersion Program, the IB and Mandarin Immersion Program has made Stowers become one of the most forward-thinking schools in ABCUSD. And you already know that I strongly believe it should be dismantled. Lastly, whatever your decision may be, do not forget about us. Please include us in the process. Do not push aside the families who helped carry the school when no one else wanted to. We are not expendable. We are an essential group and program, just as the Mandarin Immersion Program, and we deserve to remain part of the school's future, or at the very least, part of the district's plans if closures move. Lastly, just one more thing. Thank you to the board members who gave so much of their time to hear our research and our data and constructively listen to us. I thank you very much. And again, I know this is our decision. So again, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to need to have a motion to extend the board meeting. We're supposed to technically end at 10:30. I allowed for public comments to go an hour and a half.
I think I'm the last speaker. I don't know if that
No, you're not
helps.
the last speaker.
Oh, there's still
What
more?
we still have to do,
Our
we need
meeting.
to extend the meeting because technically our meeting ends at 10:30. So I need to have a motion.
I can make a motion.
And so I need a motion. We can only do this once. So I think we need at least an hour and a half to.
I make a motion to extend the meeting till 12, and we can end early.
Yeah, we can end early.
but
But we can only
extend
do
it
it
to 12.
once. So if we
Yeah.
don't finish everything,
By
that's
12.
it.
Yeah.
Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are extended to 12 if necessary. Thank you. Go ahead.
So do I get like 5 minutes now?
You
I'm
would
just
get
kidding,
to
I'm
3
just
minutes.
kidding.
But good try.
evening, all. My name is Maritza, and I'm here again representing my 2 children in the DLI program at Ferguson Elementary. I was not thinking of coming up here today to speak because I did not prepare a speech, but I decided to give it a shot and ask ChatGPT for help, something I've never done before. Let me just be clear. It went on by telling me closing a school would affect the community, relationships, so on and so forth. I then clicked on possible solutions, and it gave me tons of solutions. And that makes me wonder, have you guys tried ChatGPT? If they have tons of solutions, why can't the board find a different solution instead of consolidating schools? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember parents were sent a survey asking us if we would consider taking our kids out of school. I don't know if it was 2020, but something about like homeschooling or leaving the district. I remember I participated in that, and I believe it asked if we would continue in the district. And I'm not sure if you guys have gotten that report back, or if you guys haven't done a survey like that, maybe consider making one to see where you guys would stand, especially after making such a drastic decision. I'm here again just to ask for you to please take a different approach. Please consider your decision in closing Ferguson Elementary and Stowers, as they both hold the DLI programs. Thank you again for your time.
Wait, oh, okay. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. So let's reconvene at, huh? We don't have any more public comments, correct?
None.
Okay. So let's reconvene at 10:32. Thank you. We're back in session. So actually, before we go to the board comments, I just want to thank that we had a very respectful audience. It wasn't boos. There wasn't a ton of clapping. There wasn't a lot of things that could happen in many other situations. So definitely the fact that we had a large audience of people, that we were able to get through a lot of people and listen intently to everything. I want to thank the audience for that. And I expect it to continue throughout the rest of the tonight. Also, just wanted to quickly note that there was a speaker that was out of order, and we apologize. We weren't fully aware of that. But again, we're not going to clap at these issues. Sometimes we don't have everything perfect, and that happens. That's not something that's totally incorrect. We all got a chance to speak, and that's the important part. All right, so now it's the board's chance to comment or have questions and discuss. Board member Sue, you is first.
Thank you, Board President Nishi, and thank you for the community to take ownership to come out. Really appreciate it. I know that we had to spend a long time hearing you out, but that's the process, and that was good. It's okay, it's fine, and we can be respectful in hear everyone's opinions and concerns and perspectives. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And we can agree to disagree with full respect. On page 134 and also FAQ, we've had a lot of questions and answers fully explained. And on page 134, this process didn't start just a few years ago, but it started, May 2022. We had formed the ad hoc committee, advisory committee, consisting of, board community members. On November 6, 2024, we have a contract with SchoolWorks to study the enrollment trends. And on June 3rd, 2025, we had the public hearing on school consolidation and reconfiguration. And September 2nd, we had a board study session. So we did, the board and the staff, we tried our best to have public hearing and wanted to hear you out fully. And this is a very tough decision, but it's also very important because we're looking at 5 to 10 years from now, and the board, whatever we decide on today, we will make sure to assure you of many of your concerns and to address many of your concerns. Make sure no programs will be affected, and the board members will make sure to bring it up and hold the district, the staff and teachers, administrators. We'll all work together to assure you of that. So I'm going to make my comments very short. That is all I have to say. Thank you for coming out, and the board will, vote on what we know is best for the district. And we, as a board member, we have to make the tough decision for the welfare of all the children and the district sustainability, and to keep up with our reputation. Thank you very much. That is all.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Nishi, and I would like to also echo the fact that I appreciate all the public comments here tonight, and not just tonight, but in the past, the public has been very involved in this process, sharing their thoughts, their ideas, reaching out to each one of us to share their concerns, their ideas, their suggestions, and I guess the silver lining tonight is I see a powerful alliance forming with our dual immersion families, and that's something that I think is very powerful, and I would like to explore more, and giving them an opportunity to help promote their schools like we are doing later on in the board agenda, that we will, looking to promote our district. And I think our dual immersion programs are, a strong catalyst for incentivizing out-of-district students and families to ABC. So I would like to make an amendment to the plan that we remove our dual immersion programs from phase 1 and 2, and that we create an equitable, objective, assessment to bringing back 2 other additional schools in the future.
I second that.
That would be my motion. Sorry.
Can we actually get through some board comments first before we get to the motions? I would like us to have some full discussion, and then
Okay.
you can make your motion. So I will hold that until we have actually heard everyone.
Thank you.
Is it okay? Do you have any other comments that you'd like to make? All right, thank you. Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we did not approve the plan the first time because we wanted to be more thoughtful and we wanted to be more intentional. And without revisiting all my earlier arguments, I will just stick to 3 points. I also want to see Ferguson removed from the original list. I think we need to do right by the school and invest in their success. We've heard a lot of data that supports this interest. I especially appreciate the City of Hawaiian Gardens being so present in advocating for their city, because since I've been on this board, I don't think that there has been another city that has really put, we go to them to support our schools and they never hesitated. And so I think we owe it to that relationship. We need to honor that. And so for that reason, I would absolutely support our Vice President's amendment. In my opinion, we should completely remove phase 2 at this time. I think that there is a lot more to explore. There's a lot more to consider. Today's decision is not a one and done deal. I think we decided to move in the direction of moving maybe a little bit slower, maybe continue to explore options for school consolidation in the near future. I think we're taking a step and saying we know we need to do something, but that something doesn't have to be the plan as is. So I would support starting with small steps. I've said, Tracy, I know that we need to have continuation school options. I know that it doesn't have to be Tracy. I know that we can house our students who need alternative education options at our comprehensive schools, where they probably could receive even more support with the added funding that we would be saving. So again, let's consider other options. So again, I would absolutely support Mr. Noyola's amendment.
Thank you. Board Clerk Bowie.
So I would like to thank the parents, the teachers, community members, civic leaders who have come out here, former board members who have come out here to share your feelings and your thoughts. And last June, following the 4-3 vote not to approve the plan, a parent, and I've got so many emails, and I do read all of them, and a parent, I can't remember if it was a parent or a friend, had asked, so are you unhappy that the plan wasn't voted on? No, I don't think any of us are happy to be in here. I don't think any of us would be happy with any decision made tonight. We're not comfortable with the uncertainty our district is experiencing now. I'm sensing a lot of unhappiness and discomfort with the communities that are being affected, rightfully so. I'm confident and hopeful that our district will look into every single thought and consideration that has been made. Even on break, another parent reached out to me about something related to the 6-8 plan. And I've let her know she can communicate to the district about that so it can be addressed. My thoughts on this are, we're hearing the words empower and engagement of our communities, and that's important. We have to empower and engage our children too. We know that at the smaller schools, aside from the special programs that are being implemented right now at Ferguson, certain communities are not getting the attention maybe that we would want them to have. We want to put more money and funding into the schools. We have money and funding allocated to them, but they're still not in the optimal environment in terms of one teacher to one grade ratio. At CLSBA, something I heard that really resonated with me was a lot of our communities are on the defensive right now. We are allowing what's going on unwillingly by our federal administration to cut certain programs at our school to affect our students, our learners, our families. And look what's happening in our local community. We cannot even agree on what would potentially be the best for our schools because we're, there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger picture of a few years not having enough money for our deserving children, potentially cuts to migrant ed. Where's that money going to come from? How is district going to support these programs that we need? So not only, what I see is the federal government is not only directly affecting us right now related to fear in our communities, but it's also indirectly affecting us because we're here trying to make sense of how we can best serve our students, but we can't even agree on anything. I heard a lot tonight, and as always, at these meetings, my thoughts are with the parents and families who are affected. It's almost like I feel like, the children who've been in these schools, it's not their fault in what has been done. It's us as adults who kind of have to again look at the forest and see how we can continue to be successful in the years to come. I am supportive of potentially looking at a longer term plan for Ferguson so that they can continue to receive the grant money that they need. I'm absolutely supportive of that. I see the school works report. I know people pick apart that school works report and they despise it, but there is good in there. There was an equity analysis done with that report. Not necessary by our school district, thankfully, but we still did it. There was an analysis related to geography. There is still good in what's been done here, and I honor that. I think the board will demand certain things of the district as we move forward in a phase 1 or phase 2 potentially, or phase 3, who knows? But what I'm here to talk about is empowering and engaging our children, not being a victim, not being on defensive. We find ways, we find strategies for our kids to move on and be better with more money.
Thank you. Board Member McCatton.
This is an extremely difficult decision. And as you know, in the beginning, I had really hoped to go through consolidation much slower. But after looking at enrollment data, decrease in funding because of fewer students, and the possibility of less federal funding for next year, I believe we really need to go forward. I so appreciate the individuals who were willing to address the board in June, tonight, in our study session, and with me in personal meetings or through email. Through this process, I have met so many wonderful people who are sincerely passionate about the district, their school, the academic and social emotional programs present at their schools, and most importantly, our students. There are great things happening in every single school in ABC, but we have already delayed this consolidation. We can start again and form another ad hoc committee and spend countless hours analyzing what schools to close. But we have a report from a well-recognized consulting group, and I believe we need to go forward following that plan. I hope the enthusiasm that teachers, parents, and the community displayed during this process can continue in an effort to rejuvenate and inspire even more growth in our district and its students. May we specifically recognize the needs of our most vulnerable students and make sure that they are given an equitable education. If we decide to move forward, I trust that administration and union will work together to provide a carefully crafted transition for all involved. It is my hope that schools who will be consolidated be given the time to celebrate their monumental accomplishments over the years and then move on to a spirit of adventure and continued commitment to their students in a new locale. My hope is that ABC will continue to grow stronger in academic pursuits for all students during this time of consolidation and renewed energy.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize the mayor of Hawaiian Gardens, Danny DePaula, in the back right there. Thank you for coming and being part of this. I appreciate that. You always supported schools. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to be honest, I use ChatGPT. And I'm going to tell you why, because for me, it's been very emotional. This has been a roller coaster since I got on the committee for the facilities and school consolidation. So I always like to speak from the heart, and you guys know where I've always stood, but I wanted to be very concise about what I say. And it's almost identical to what our community was saying. So as we know, we have 3 dual language immersion programs. We have NEMIS, we have Stowers, and we have Ferguson. Dual language immersion programs provide students with the opportunity to become fully bilingual and biliterate. Bilingualism is not only a cultural and social asset, but also an economic advantage in a global workforce. Research shows that dual immersion students outperform their peers academically in the long run and demonstrate greater cognitive flexibility and cultural competence. That was from ChatGPT. I'm going to be honest, because I couldn't come up with that. But you know it's true because they grab from all of the information. So today, 2 of our dual language immersion schools are being considered for consolidation. Closing any 4 of the schools would disrupt continuity in our communities. But for the dual language immersion students, many would lose access to this unique pathway. And I know that I've heard that programs can change, but it can't change the culture. The culture that's there at that school is going to change. I'm going to speak about Stowers first. So Stowers Elementary School has the only Mandarin dual language immersion, and it just started just a few years ago. I don't know if everyone understands what it takes for a school to start a dual language immersion. It takes a commitment on the parts of the parents and the staff. And the parents and staff at Stowers have made this incredible commitment to come together to teach Mandarin to their children. Not only do they have a Mandarin dual immersion, but they have an international baccalaureate program. From now on, I'm going to call it IB program. Parents choose to attend Stowers because of these 2 programs, not just one, but 2 of them together. And as a result of this commitment, Stowers enrollment has increased. And this is shown by the data that we had at our study session. So this is the data that we have as a school, okay? If you look at that data, Stowers has the largest kinder enrollment numbers. They've made a commitment to bring their kindergarten students there and to continue throughout the dual immersion program. Stowers has been able to bring in over 160 out-of-district students. If the board chooses to consolidate, which they can, I've had many phone calls and many emails that tell me that they wouldn't bring their kids back to ABC Unified because we would have lost their trust. So leaving our district at a greater loss of student enrollment. So I believe that the best choice for Stowers is for the board to make a commitment to their IB program and their Mandarin dual immersion program, as they will continue to attract students. We, the board, should be helping to promote the programs. Ferguson Elementary School is the other school that has a dual immersion program, which is Spanish. Ferguson, for me, compared to NEMIS, because I've been part of the NEMIS community, Ferguson is at the beginning of the dual immersion program. But Ferguson has a very unique position. It is literally in the heart of the city of Hawaiian Gardens. Ferguson students' population is over, I had 90, but I'm going to correct myself, 94% Hispanic Latino. And it is a Title I school with a high percentage of socially and economically disadvantaged students. Ferguson provides unique and critical services such as social emotional support and nutritional meals to students who would otherwise be left behind. These services cannot be replicated if the schools were to consolidate. This would disproportionately impact low-income and working-class families, many of whom rely on the school as a hub for resources, stability, and support. Ferguson reflects and honors the cultural identity of its predominantly Latino population. Families see the school not only as a place of learning, but a safe place and a welcoming community space where their language, traditions, and values are affirmed. Removing this place of learning would fracture the community's trust and limit parental engagement in education. Consolidating would create barriers to equitable access for Latino and low-income students, many of whom would face longer commutes because they would have transportation in the morning and afternoon, but during the daytime, if they had to go and pick up their child, they would have to cross some major streets. Ferguson is more than a school. It's a lifeline for our families. It's a cultural hub for the Latino community and a model of what equitable bilingual education can look like in practice. Consolidation would not only harm current students and families, but would also send a message that the district is retreating from its commitment to equity, inclusion, and innovation. And I just want to take us back tonight. We passed a resolution to recognize National Hispanic Heritage Month. We not only recognized Latinos that came, Hispanics that came before us, but we're also recognized the ones that are coming in the future. That's our students at Ferguson. And as a Latina, I can't consider consolidating Ferguson because equity requires investment in programs that meet students where they are rather than displacing them. But I've always been a no vote. You guys know that I've been very vocal about school closures, but I hear everybody. I hear the employees, I hear our parents, I hear our students, and I was very vocal about making sure that this was a last resort. I wanted marketing. You're gonna see that later on in our agenda today. I wanted a study session. We had a study session. I wanted transparency to make sure our community was heard. And I do hear you. I hear the teachers. I hear our other employees. And I know that we're at a critical position. So I know that there isn't a motion on the table, but I do want to support the one that our president is going to make very soon. And I do want to ask that Ferguson and Stowers be removed from the list. I think we need to invest in them because I think all of us got all of the articles about dual immersion programs. It works. It brings in students. It brings in out-of-district students. We went to the California Latino School Board Association. We heard that it works. And so I would like to remove those 2 students. And I would also add, Dr. Rios said to remove phase 2. I really liked her comments about going slow, and I think that's what me as a Latina, as a school board member, as a teacher, I want to hear everybody, but I also know there's a crisis, and I want to move slow. And I think that if we can go at a slow pace, we can see what our progress is. We can see how we're doing. We can guide ourselves. I don't want to be the board member that closed 4 schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'll try to keep my comments as brief as possible, but I also agree with Board Member Mendoza that programs are very important. IB program is very important. Our dual Mandarin immersion is extremely important. And our Spanish dual immersion is very important. These programs are the heart of what this district can bring people in. Programs are important. But if we can't afford the programs, if we put our money into a building instead of people, there was a board member here that said, ABC is about people. People educate people, not buildings. People are powered by programs, and those two work together. And I understand location is very important to this. Change is the scariest thing for all of us, all the time. But But we're faced with, as board member Olympia Chen said, we're faced with a tsunami. And in the face of a tsunami, you don't just sit there and let the tsunami come over you while you baby step your way through it. We have got to be leaders in this. And I understand there are no votes. There is never going to be a perfect plan. And I don't want to be the board member to close. I don't understand any board member who would actually want to be in our position to do this. But I think we have to remember what's important. The importance is the IB program that brings in the kids. The importance is the language that our students can learn. But if we don't, 8 years ago, when I first started here, I was in the same situation. I was thinking, oh, heck no, we're not going to do any of this consolidation business that I heard way back when we were approving the bond. No way. Let's improve. Let's bring in more people. Let's do it. I was here with board member Mendoza, right? And 8 years ago, we saw these demographic trends and we said, nope, we're going to ignore those. We're going to keep going forward. So we said Mandarin dual immersion at Juarez, actually. That's where it was originally planned to go. I cried a little bit when it went to Stowers, but I was okay with that because Juarez had all these other things that were going for it. Science nights. Their scores were improving. The principal was doing the best he could to get what he was to get things to happen. I've seen Aloha and the great parents that are there and developing a great program, Science Night also over there. And my daughter went over to that school to help build a connection between Whitney and Aloha. That was just before that was the last thing she did before the pandemic, was to paint that place. And I've been to their places, and it's an amazing place. Ferguson has the plantings where the city council mayor is out there. He doesn't say he's the mayor. He's out there planting things. He's out there building, doing the work that's there. We're all here part of this thing. I remember going to poetry readings, being the only board member there, but seeing some amazing poetry. And also seeing the kids sing, and that was an amazing thing. But I also noticed this, that there weren't a lot of kids. And I don't want us to have a pobrecita type of attitude where they're the poor kids. Let's just keep them and not make any changes whatsoever because, we're going to impact. Let's, instead of having a negative attitude about this, try to make it this transformative, right? That's what I learned from CLSBA. Let's not cry about the fact that we're losing 300, 500, 400. In the last 3 years, last year we lost 500, this year we lost 300, and the year before that we lost, I think, about 400 students. That's 4 schools, 3 schools already, and we didn't do anything about it. I'm not saying we didn't do anything about it. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. This is part of a comprehensive change that we need to make in our district. So in our subsequent agenda items, we're going to have advertising. We're going to spend more on advertising than we've ever done in the past. We're going to transform using LCAP, right, to provide the extra resources that these schools need while we have the resources. Because I got a letter saying that we don't. We're facing that tsunami here and now. I would love to study this to get the perfect plan. That would be great, but I don't live in an ivory tower, and the kids don't either. The kids deserve us to be a leader. I don't want to be the board member to vote to do this. Absolutely not. But I'm not going to free ride on that. I'm not going to not take the responsibility to do this. We can make some changes to this. And so I understand that there's a motion to take half of the plan away and basically close FEDI because there won't be any kids to go to FEDI, right? Because there's only 290 kids. That's not a plan that's, I think, is wise, but we will see how the motion goes, and and I'll live with whatever the board decides on that. We can make changes to this plan. It's not, it's never going to be a perfect plan, and we can adjust it to the needs that we have. Don't forget, if we put more money into advertising and we have 2 years out, in a year and a half, if we end up with 1,000 more kids that we didn't anticipate, we can adjust, right? We're not going to sit there and go, oh, we got an extra 1,000 kids. We're not going to do anything about it. Of course, we're going to adjust and make changes. We're trying to do these things. But if we don't have a plan, if we don't do something, that tsunami is going to roll over us. And really, our kids are the ones that are going to suffer. The kids in Hawaiian Gardens, the kids at Stowers, the kids all throughout our entire district, the 17,000 kids, maybe less next year, that we represent, they will suffer. They won't have the programs. We love these programs that are great. We're not going to have the monies. So that is short. I didn't follow all this script that I had, but that's how I feel about this. I hate to be the person to do this, but it's something that we need to get some resolution to. It's 11:05. So I hear there was first a motion on the table to cut off half of the plan and not do phase 2. What was it specifically? I'd like to hear it.
So my motion would be to amend the plan to remove Ferguson and Stowers, essentially also eliminating phase 2. Yes, so moving forward with phase 1, but removing Ferguson.
So phase 2 included the closing of Stowers and moving 6, 7, 8. So you're saying no 6, 7, and 8.
Yes, today.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second? Second by Dr. Rios. Do we have any? Well, I think we've had a public comment. Do we have any board comment on this? Board member, you.
Yeah. Yeah, with all respect, I do like to just remind all of us that, you know, it's 3,362 students in the last 10 years, and the decline will continue in California, not just our district, but across the state. And we've already hired, you know, the school works to do all the analysis, not by themselves, but with the district staff, principals, you know, directors, everyone, and they analyze the data from the last 10 years, you know, and projecting the future. And I want to give them some respect. And because it's not for us to, you know, change a little bit here, and it's not for us to decide which school to, you know, consolidate, because they did the work. They came up with a brilliant plan, and I think that for now, it is wise for us to move forward, and the details, some of the details can be adjusted in the future, but we do need to move forward together. You know, it's not for us to right now, if we take things apart here and there, nothing's going to get done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I think that my previous comments were about starting slow. You know, they talked about this has been happening 10 years. Then why is the pressure for us to, in one night, take action to make all of these
Excuse me. If we have a lot of that we can't hear each other, so I would like to hear the board member speak.
So I want to be clear, it's not dismissing phase 2 at all. I know that there's going to be some things that we're absolutely going to have to consider. I think today is a move to start slow. I mean, one of those schools is Aloha. That's in my district area. The last thing I want is for a school to close in my area, but the data, I mean, it's really hard for me to make an argument, you know, because everything supports that we have to move in this direction. And so if we have to make some sacrifices, you know, I mean, we're not at the negotiating table, but, you know, we have to make some concessions. And I'm very sorry to see a school close in my area. My city leadership came out and asked us not to close a school in our area, but I know that things have to happen. I just support the idea of doing it slow. Let's learn from it. We are going to have to come back and continue to have these discussions. I'm not comfortable with doing it all today.
Thank you. Board Clerk Bowie.
So I understand the timeline and processes for plan and prepare. We're not, in my eyes, we're not doing this in one night. There is going to be a plan and preparation over the course of 1 year and potentially over the course of 2 years or whatever we agree upon. So, you know, I took office in December. I know that in the prior month, that was when the school works study was ordered. And, you know, whether or not our community knew it, there were going to be schools that were considered. So yes, I can certainly understand how someone may think it may be in one night. Perhaps if this was a proposal made 5-10 years ago, I would feel maybe the same way that we could slow it down. But again, with what's going on outside of these walls, what's going on funding wise, I'm not taking a chance on losing out on money, losing out on funding, losing out, not having enough money in a budget for our most needed students.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
I think if you look back to the last meeting, the 3 members that voted absolutely no on the 4 schools are now saying that we want to move forward in a very slow pace. And I think as a board, we have to work together. And I still feel feeling like, let's do this. I still feel the pressure. And I'm trying to come to the board and I'm trying to say, I understand, I hear, and I want to go slow. Listen, we just got on the board again. I was off the board. We saw this coming. Nothing happened. We had committees. The previous board could have done it, right? They chose not to. And so now, just like I said before, I feel like I'm being pressured. But I'm coming to the board and saying, look, I hear you, I hear everybody, but I want to go slow. Doesn't mean I want to stop. It doesn't mean that maybe next board meeting we can have a discussion about reconfiguring middle school, reconfiguring Whitney. But I think this is a lot to kind of talk about in the next 45 minutes.
Thank you. My quick comment. You know, we talked about only affecting Latino schools, right? And here we are affecting only Latino schools, Aloha and Juarez. And I can't support that. It's not fair. It is not fair at all. I know Juarez is not here, and I know Aloha is not here, but just because they're not here doesn't mean they don't have an interest. Juarez is in my area. I go to those science fairs. I go to Aloha's fundraisers. I saw the scores go up with great principals and great staff and great. So for me to hear that we're just going to affect Latino schools doesn't sit well with me. It just does not sit well with me. The fact that we're also, by this extension, close Fedi because there's not enough kids that are going to Fedi also doesn't sit well with me because that's the only middle school in Hawaiian Gardens. There are no other middle schools in Hawaiian Gardens. So if you really want to if you really want to change the trajectory of a community by closing a middle school that has all of their sports facilities, all of the investment, we spent millions of dollars at Fedi. We're going to let that go because we want to go slow. Don't forget.
Point of order, Mr. President, Fedi is not on the agenda,
I
nor is it on this report.
I understand that, but the practical effect of that is that a school with only barely 200 kids, a middle school, cannot offer what those kids deserve. Those kids deserve a full school. Those kids deserve full science programs. And if they don't have enough kids, they can't get it. It is impossible for us to provide that. We can't put that much money. It's just not responsible. So I cannot support something like that. That is my statement. I will call for a vote. Let's do roll call. So the specific motion that we have on the table is just consolidating Aloha and Juarez, essentially, is what the motion is.
Yes.
Thank you.
And removing phase 2.
Yes, that is also the case. But actually, okay, removes phase 2. Call, roll call, please.
Mrs. McCatton?
No.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Yu?
No.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
No.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
I call the questions to go for the vote. On
What,
the original.
what vote?
The original motion.
The original motion?
Yeah.
So when you call the question, that means we have to have a vote to accept that.
Yeah.
So then let's, there's no discussion as to that particular
we already
motion.
did, yeah.
So we have a roll call, please?
Mrs. McCatton?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza?
No.
Dr. Rios?
No.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
No.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
So the question is called. We have to have a vote on the original motion. And I don't think we can actually have a friendly amendment at this point. No, the motion to call the question passed. So we have to have the motion, actually hear the actual, the rest of it.
Can we do a friendly amendment at this time to remove Ferguson?
Unfortunately, we cannot, because the question was called.
So we can vote against it and bring it back with a friendly amendment.
President Nishi, we should vote.
I think the motion was to call the question for the original motion that was set before us on the agenda.
Right, but if that motion fails,
that motion just passed to call the question for the vote. And so now we actually have to vote on the motion as it is.
1.4A. Okay, go ahead.
So the first motion that we had was to call the question. The call the question means you don't have any further debate. You just vote on the original motion. You don't get to amend. You don't get to do anything. It's just the original motion. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. That motion specifically passed. And so now we have to vote on the original motion, and we don't get to debate it.
1.4A.
Accept.
Correct.
As written. Roll call, please.
Mrs. McCatton?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza?
No.
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
No.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
I would like to note that this is just the beginning, that we will still need to discuss, and many things can happen over the time.
I'm sorry, President Ishii, that is incorrect. We just voted to adopt the plan, which means the schools will be closed, the 4 listed in phase 1, as well as the entire phase 2, which is the reconfiguration of the middle school. That's what we just voted on.
All right. 1.5, Can I have a motion to approve the request to contract with Target River BE Incorporated to provide marketing and advertising support for the ABC Unified School District through targeted social streaming, online advertising, direct mail, and other targeted marketing and advertising solutions to increase enrollment?
So move. Second.
Mr. Scott. Actually, Mr. Scott. Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I bring to you tonight, in alignment with our strategic plan, Direction 5, Priority 5A, implement practices to attract, retain, and increase student enrollment. We're bringing 2 marketing items forward for your consideration to build on our current marketing efforts. Item 1.5A is our contract with Target River. We are requesting approval to contract with Target River, a firm with a proven track record in helping school districts, specifically school districts, increase enrollment and retain students. While we explored several firms in the past, Target River stood out as the only company with deep experience in public school marketing. In fact, our contact is a former superintendent. They also come highly recommended by neighboring districts. The scope of work is multi-tiered and flexible, focusing on targeted outreach to families through online social media ads, streaming ads, along with direct mail. Creative design support with messaging and video ads developed in partnership with district staff, showcasing our high-quality academic and enrichment programs. Performance data, which is the most exciting thing to me, allowing us to see what strategies generate the most engagement and adjust accordingly. This approach, widely used in a lot of industries, is relatively new to public school marketing, but has shown strong results. The campaign would begin in the fall, pause during winter break, and peak during open enrollment in the spring. That is my report.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
I have a board comment. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the one who asked for this to be brought to the board, and now I'm second guessing whether we need this or not, because our community is going to know that we're closing schools, and they're going to wonder, do I come to a district that might be eventually closing a school? So I'm very conflicted about this agenda item now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, I thank you for the comment. Any other board comments on this item? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor of this? Actually, let's do a roll call, since I heard a negative comment.
Mrs. McCatton?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. So for the public to understand, I need to bring back the item because it is my understanding that a call to question requires a supermajority.
Yes.
I don't have the Robert's Rules of Order before me, but I probably could have asked somebody for that. Okay, so it says 2/3. So that means that we can continue to discuss this issue. We have to, unfortunately, since the motion to call a question failed, we may still continue to talk and debate this issue.
But yeah, we do have the financial report for the fiscal year.
I understand.
2024.
Yeah.
Okay.
Board, Dr. Rios. So it is not passed yet.
So, Mr. President, may I speak?
Yes,
Please,
you
please
may.
call on me. So, calling for a vote means to stop debate, right,
Yes.
and vote on the motion, that needs supermajority, 2/3. It didn't happen. So debate can continue to vote on the original motion, or amendment can be made. Since the vote already happened on the original motion, it need to be brought back to reconsider.
Right.
And then you can open debate on the original motion.
We don't need a motion to reconsider.
Yes, you do, because you have voted on it already.
Okay.
We need a new motion.
So then, I think we need a motion to reconsider.
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 7-0. So we,
Go for me.
okay, 6-1.
I want to move on.
All right, Dr. Rios.
Okay, given that the problem is with phase 2, then I'm just going to, again, come forth with some concessions, I guess, and just amend that we do not, kind of the original vote without including phase 2, just to not close our dual language schools.
That's the same thing.
Okay, then just Ferguson. Let's remove Ferguson from phase 1. No, it's not the same thing.
Okay.
I'd like to second that motion.
Any other further debate? Board Member Mendoza.
I just want to say that, you know, I've been advocating for transparency. Our whole community just left right now. They left, and we're going back to this, and it really bothers me. I'm really upset because it wasn't done right. And thank you to whoever brought it up. Thank you so much. We should have made sure that this was done correctly.
Okay. So are there any other board comments on this item? I have no further, actually, there's a board comment, Dr. Rios.
Well, I mean, I think that the majority just, or maybe it's just an assumption, wanted to consider keeping Stowers. I mean, from the original time that that Stowers was included in the report, it made no sense to me when we get so much outside interest. I mean, we want to grow our schools. If we close Stowers, they've made it clear they will leave. That's 300. We lost 300 this year. That's an additional 300 students that we can expect to lose. Possibly, I mean, are we willing to take that chance? So I, again, want to say Ferguson because again, because of the comments that I made earlier, I won't even revisit it, but I would still like to consider the idea of Stowers, and I hate that we are so quick to move forward, because it is part of phase 2. So those are just my thoughts.
So are you amending your motion, or?
Well, I tried and I was told no.
What is the motion that's on the
My
table?
original motion was what Mr. Noyola's original motion was to not close our dual language schools, which we're specifically talking about Ferguson and Stowers.
Okay. Let's have a vote on it. Yeah, we have a second?
Can you restate it, please? Because I need this to be very clear to the community, what we're doing.
I think we asked for a restatement.
Yes,
So it
please.
is to close Aloha and close Juarez, and we keep open Ferguson and Stowers, and reconfigure middle schools. So it's this, it's okay. So we're still closing Aloha and we're still closing Juarez.
How about we stated that we're just removing Ferguson and Stowers?
You
From
can
the
say it
plan.
however, but you have to be clear so that people know what we're actually voting on.
Okay, ready to close all of them.
Okay. So there's a second by the Vice President to remove Ferguson and Stowers and not go 6, 7, 8.
So, yeah, Mr. President, please.
I'm trying to understand, yes.
Right, so the only thing I am proposing in this amendment is to remove Ferguson and Stowers from the plan. I'm leaving phase 2 alone. I'm leaving phase 1 alone.
I see.
Those are the only 2 schools that I'd like the board to consider
Okay.
removing. Thank you.
Great. So that's the motion. Is there any board comment on that? It's okay, I have to make a comment because that's unfeasible, because that will basically make it impossible for us to go 6, 7, 8. There's not enough kids to be in the school. We have to do math. The math is that's not going to work. That's my comment. It's not feasible
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, that's
because,
not relevant right now. We're just talking about 2
Okay.
elementary schools and nothing to do with the middle school.
all right,
Just vote.
we'll vote. Roll call, please.
Mrs. McCatton?
No.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
No.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
No.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
I'll make a motion.
Actually, I have board member Noyola.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to just remove Ferguson from consideration and keeping the rest of the plan in its entirety.
Okay, so the motion is to remove Ferguson and close Stowers, Aloha,
Mr.
and
President,
Juarez.
again,
I need to understand the motion so that we can know what we're voting on. But also, we're still going 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
Okay. But also, we're going 6, 7, 8. All right. Board comment. Suyu.
Thank you, Board President Nishi. Thank you for your leadership tonight. This is pretty tough, but so what are the basis for choosing just to changing and keeping just Ferguson open? And how about, in Cerritos, we came up with Stowers, but honestly, when I looked at the data, like Whitman, Cerritos, Gonzalez especially, all these schools had like very, very serious declining enrollment. Yeah, and so more than 40% of all these schools did not have homeschool students. Okay, so we have to consolidate. I didn't look at it as closing the school, but consolidating, because we have to kind of shuffle. Because Stowers Elementary School already, many of the Stowers Elementary School homeschool students were going to other schools like, Gonzalez or Cerritos, right? Because we have that data too. So what is the basis for let's keep this school open, let's close this school, to make that kind of changes here on the board without doing our homework and due diligence with data? It just doesn't make sense, because then we can advocate, okay, we need to keep Stowers open. Okay, we're going to close Gonzalez. We're going to close Cerritos Elementary. Like, how do we make that decision here, right? So
Thank you. Thank you. I understand.
Yeah, so I mean, you know what I'm saying? This is like, we're going through chaos right now.
Okay, Dr. Rios.
So I will give you 4 reasons, board members, to you. We've had the community say this. We have said this ourselves. We have issues there. We have accessibility issues. You cannot compare Hawaiian Gardens to the north side of Cerritos. You just can't. And I don't think that you would argue me on that. We have been told over and over again by the community, by city officials. I grew up in Hawaiian Gardens, 2 blocks away from Ferguson. It is a community hub. I was just there for the powwow. There's going to be a huge economic impact. There are a lot of families that don't have 2 cars to have their kids jump into and drive them across town like we do in our other areas. We talked about educational equity. If those schools were performing at the highest level, and we heard our teachers loud and clear say we can get them to perform at a level that they need, we can get them all to read at grade level if we're given the proper resources. I think that we have there's a reason why I'm on this board, and because I knew that there was a huge disparity in funding in resource availability. I continue to make that argument. I don't want to bring up the money and the amount we have in reserves, but we could choose to invest fully in the schools in Hawaiian Gardens, where we wouldn't have declining enrollment, where we would have people from around the city, surrounding cities. So Hawaiian Gardens is three-fourths of a mile. That means that we are surrounded by Long Beach, by Los Alamitos, by, you name it. If our schools were top of the line, getting the support that the teachers needed, we have heard how hard the teachers are working. For some time I did wonder, like, come on, I was a teacher, I got my kids to read, right? Like, why isn't it happening at these schools in poor areas? They're telling us why. Have we even given them a chance to provide them with full resources? The numbers are low, but who are we blaming when we say that it's all about numbers? We're blaming the students.
Thank
We're
you.
blaming their families. I'm not done.
Okay.
Like, we sit here and we play along, but at what point does the Latino community stand up and say, you know what? Enough is enough. We all, I hate that I get nervous because I get emotional. We just came back from a CLSBA conference that was all about Latino success. Every person that got on that stage came from backgrounds like the kids that are attending Ferguson right now. But one of them is what? Secretary of the U.S. Secretary of Housing. Another one is going to soon possibly be the superintendent of schools. Latino leadership is out there. Kids can learn. I, again, grew up 2 blocks from Ferguson. Don't tell me that I couldn't that I can't succeed. I have 6 siblings. We all managed to make it out okay. These kids just need an opportunity to learn. And so that's what I'm talking about, Board Member Sue. You cannot compare communities. You cannot ask. Well, I wouldn't have gotten this passionate if she hadn't made those comments, so I'm sorry, but
Okay,
that's
thank
just
you.
a fact.
Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it cool, because if not, I'm gonna speak to the community right now. I want you to look at the 3 people who are voting to try and save schools. These are the 3 board members who came here because the district got sued, because there were no Latino representations. And it's taken this long to get 3 Latinos on the board, but we still cannot get equity for our students. You can't sit here and say, I like your shirt. Thank you for the little gifts. Thank you for going to California Latino School Board Associations and learning about community, and then choose to close down a school that is the life of a city. If you continue down this road, we are going to break relationships with our cities. Because if we don't support them, they're not going to support us. And I'm not going to apologize for sitting here and speaking my mind, and I will not apologize for Dr. Rios, and I will not be told by someone who is sitting in a chair of power that we should be polite, because that's kind of been my life forever. On this board, I've been called rude. I've been called loud. And that's what my kids need. And I will continue to do that. But at my community, look to see who's doing this. We try to concess with them. We try to we're coming to the board. We're coming to say, look, we understand. We're trying to work with you. But we don't get that. And it's the first day in all of these years that I've been on the board that I'm ashamed to sit here. I'm ashamed to sit here to say that you guys are going to close a school in a city that desperately needs the help. And you can't sit here and say, well, it's programs. Programs can move. You can't move a community. You can't move a culture. That's been done before. It's been done to our culture. And we have to fight to get it back. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm sorry, I'm loud, but I'm proud. And I can't imagine what it's going to feel like tomorrow, because I'm a teacher and I know I'm going to go to work tomorrow and it's going to be on my mind. It's been on my mind this whole day. So just know, I want you to see who are the people who are fighting for your schools. And it's not even about Latinos. We have been arguing for dual immersion. These are the programs that are going to bring kids to our schools. It's data. We are looking at data, our own school data that was presented to us at the study session. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Bowie.
So I do want to try to be as respectful as possible to everyone in this room, including my fellow board members. I understand we've all have had different privileges in life. I see and recognize each of my board members here as overcoming different obstacles, and I'm proud to sit up here because we all represent, we've all been elected to represent different trustee areas, but also I feel like we're not only representing those trustee areas up here, we're representing the entire ABC community. And when I'm sitting up here and I listen to public comment, I suggested this earlier, I also get a lot of emails. I see people when I visit schools. The comments that we hear up here are a small drop to what we also get outside. There are a lot of community members, teachers, administration, who see the promise in what we're doing here in the district. And while I can understand when, like I said, no one's happy up here. No one is happy up here. That is not a feeling I feel. It is something I'm demanding of myself to be courageous in this moment, because there are significant people, even in this room, that are despising that this is happening. So what I will say is we have to be respectful. We have to understand that there's about 16,000 students in other schools who are depending on us. There are teachers, there are staff who want better for our community. I'm asking our city officials who are here tonight to help support all the community members that are in this process, because we're going to need help. I'm not talking about closing down a building. Maybe we can make it into something else, something with funding from elsewhere. I'm talking about transportation, safe transportation liaisons for our students to get to school safely so that they can continue to be successful. So yes, I understand I sit here with privilege, but I'm not using my privilege for nothing. I'm using it to speak for thousands of other voices that are out there.
Thank you. Dr. Rios, I think you're the originator of the motion to take Ferguson off the list. Would you be amenable to, instead of taking it off the list, that everybody's talking about we're going too fast? So here's the thing. We have, this is part of a general strategy, right? It's not, this is not going to solve all of the educational issues that we have in our district. It's not. There are further cuts to come. A lot more people are going to be out there not happy with the future budgets that we're going to have. I'm sorry, that's the truth of it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is just the beginning, but we're paying money for advertising. 100,000 more than we've ever done before. We're doing some major other changes that maybe we could have done a long time ago, but I'm not at that boat now. I'm here today and now. So I'm always of the opinion that you make a decision, but you always get data, and you can always change it later on. If our enrollment, due to the advertising, increases, and instead of losing a school every year for the last 10 years, 3,000 kids, instead of losing, we stay even, then maybe we can delay the decision regarding Ferguson for an extra year. So Ferguson was part of phase 1, and as was Juarez, as was Aloha. And phase 2 was Stowers and the 6, 7, 8. Would you be amenable to compromising, and instead of having Ferguson in the first year, it would be year 2, and the same thing would apply to Stowers. It would be the same issue, right? If enrollment increases, if FEDI can get all the students, all of these issues, if that can happen, would you be amenable to amending your motion and compromising in that way?
So, Mr. President, my motion is to remove Ferguson at this time from this plan. I understand completely
Understood. Thank you.
that we
Thank-
are going
thank
to
you.
have this conversation
I understand.
year
You just made
after
it clear.
year.
There is no amendment. Call for the vote.
Wait, I don't understand. My amendment's still on the floor, Mr. President.
Yes, your amendment is on the floor. We're going to vote on it now.
Thank you.
So the amendment is to take Ferguson off the list, totally.
For now.
For now. No, it's totally. That's what the motion is right now. The motion is right now to take Ferguson off the list.
When would you like to reconsider it?
Call the vote.
I'm not
We don't
done.
have that.
I'm not done. I'm not done with
All
my
right.
time.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
President, when would you like to reconsider it?
I don't have it, another date for that. We
So
have a
then I
vote
don't-
before us now.
And I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand what you're suggesting.
You have asked to have Ferguson removed from the list.
Right, and you made a suggestion. What was that suggestion that I didn't understand?
Okay, the suggestion was that Ferguson stays on the list, but instead of closing it in year 1, the 2006, 2007, that we wait for additional data to come. Also, we would get the additional year of the teaching that was part of the grant, and we wait an extra year. So,
Yes, I totally, yes.
so you would be okay with that amendment?
Yes, because I feel like we're going to be having these considerations every year. So yes, I accept.
You're
your
probably
amendment.
right. Okay. So Ferguson would move to phase 2. Instead of closing in the 2026, 27, it'd be 27, 28 school year. And a lot can happen in 2 years.
On the teachers now.
That's correct. And the teachers can get their additional education. Do you have a question? You have to press the button. Press the button.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Board Member McCatton.
So are you saying, Mrs. Rios, Dr. Rios, that you want both Stowers and Ferguson to move to phase 2 with the idea of us looking at enrollment at that time? It is, it is. I'm just making sure I understand where it's falling.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so let's have a vote. Press the button. Sue you.
So can you clarify your motion? Because I didn't quite understand. It's kind of confusing going back and forth.
So after considering President Ishii's suggestion, Ferguson will only move, instead of being at phase 1, it will move to phase 2. That's it.
Okay. So it's going to go into phase 2.
Correct.
And that means it's still going to be
That means we will
4.
look at data and consider it for possible consolidation, yes.
In year 2 rather than year 1.
Okay.
I'll second.
One of my concern is that's putting a lot of pressure on the teachers.
Right.
Ferguson?
Which I think
I'm
they
talking about
welcome.
entire-
They're getting more time.
Okay, okay, okay. And
And they get an extra year of professional development.
yeah, and another concern I do have is the families. And that's the thing that we cannot control, because every family have the right by our policy, board policy, to choose the schools they want to attend outside their home school.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
And I think like those families are very silent right now. But once we put restriction for them, the restriction on their choice to transfer.
There's no restriction.
You know what I'm saying?
There's no restriction. This is simple. It's just the motion that we have on the table here.
Right.
We're just moving Ferguson from phase 1 to phase 2. That's it.
But the thing is, that would put pressure on the families and some of the leaders who's been sending their kids to other schools to stay at their home schools, no?
That might be the case.
Yeah, that might be the case, yeah. So we just.
All right, so can we have a vote on this item? Call the roll call, please.
Mrs. McCatton?
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right. We have 10 minutes. Can I have a motion to approve request to contract with Outfront Media to provide advertisement of the ABC Unified School District on 8 digital billboards for a 12-week period beginning October 2025 to further increase enrollment?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Smith, can you give a abbreviated report? We did read the report.
Terrific. Yes, this is just really quickly. We would run a 12-week campaign on the 91 and 5 freeways. This is in line with what the ABC Adult School did last year.
Thank you.
And would
Thank
reach
you
about
for that
6
report.
million.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
None.
Do we have any board comment on this item? Board Member Mendoza?
Yes, Mr. Smith, can you, I know usually with these kinds of contracts, we usually go out to bid. Did we go out to bid for this one, or?
Not for Outfront, no. Outfront holds many of the billboards that you see in and around the Los Angeles area, and these are targeted in our immediate area off the 5 and 91 freeways, like the one right off Pioneer.
Okay, and it says approximately so much money. That doesn't mean that we're going to spend all that money.
It is a $50,000 buy for a 12-week period.
For 12 weeks?
For 12 weeks.
And if we don't see, we can do less. Okay, thank you so much.
Correct.
Thank you. So, thank you for the board comment. Can I call the vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. This time we're pulling items 1.7A and 1.8A because there are certain issues with that. I use the presidential prerogative on that. 3.11A, can I have a motion to open a public hearing and adopt Resolution 2506 for textbooks and instructional materials, compliance and approved certification of provision for standards-aligned instructional materials with Education Code Section 60119, grades K-12, fiscal year 25-26.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Any board comment? Okay, and then I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve a request for new courses entitled English Language Arts, Ethnic Studies, ELA, and English Language Arts at Tracy High, Online Learning, OL, Financial Literacy, Budgeting and Investing, OL Drawing 1, OL College Writing A, at all high schools for the 25-26 school year?
So
Move
moved.
approval.
Second.
Dr. Castro, if you could do a really quick report. We have all read the report.
Thank you. This is just to introduce some new courses for our online credit recovery and for original credit.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the request to enter into a Participants in Learning Leading and Serving PLLS out-of-state agreement with Grand Canyon University, GCU, and the ABC Unified School District for the 25-26 school year?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Castro, quick report. We have also read the report, and it's public.
Yes, thank you. This is a great opportunity for our students, offering scholarships, not only for our students, but also for our employees, classified and certificated, if they want to further their education with Grand Canyon University.
Great, thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Any board comment on this item? I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great, the motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to request to accept the Community Engagement Initiative CEI grant award on behalf of ABC Unified School District with Willow Elementary serving as the district's participating site in the CEI Peer Leading and Learning Network for the 25-27 school years?
Adjournment motions.
Second.
Dr. Castro, I think we've already read the report. It is also publicly published, so I will just see if there's any public comment on this.
None.
Thank you. Is there any board comment on this?
Just really quickly, really encourage us to consider visiting the Harvard's program on family engagement to kick off our efforts with family engagement. Thank you.
That would be great. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Can I have a motion to accept the gift report 2502 totaling $47,655.94?
Tatiana
Move approval.
motions.
Second.
Okay, we also have read that report. It is basically dollars and cents. Mr. Nguyen, I think we will pass on your report. Is there any public comment on this?
None.
Is there any board comment on this? Thank you. And we can also do this later too. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the bid award ABC 1680 medical supplies to the following as the lowest responsive and responsible bidders? School Nurse Supply and School Health Corporation bidders for the 25-26 school year with an option to renew annually for the additional 2 years.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen, I think we've all read the report again, so I will see if there's any public comment.
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? All right. Hearing no board comment, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Motion, item 4.9, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1681 unit price painting to GDL, best contractors is the lowest responsive bidder?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen, I think we've all read the report, and I've also submitted questions in advance regarding the singular nature of it, which I've received, and I will have that published also. Any public comments on this item?
None.
Any board comment? Okay, this motion passes. Actually, can I call for a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. I need to have a motion to approve 24-25 arts and music in schools annual report.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen, we've read the report. Is there any public comment?
None.
Okay, is there any board comment on this item? Board Member Mendoza.
Can staff just go over the funding for each school site, how they came up with that number?
Thank you for the question. The allocation to each school is determined by the state.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion, this is important, to approve the 24-25 unaudited actuals financial report?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen, there was a report. We've all had a chance to review through it. I will just ask for public comment at this point.
None.
Okay, is there any board comment? Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. Tuan, I am very concerned about page 178. We have deficit of 11 million unrestricted and 18 million in restricted, and that's a total of 30 million this year in deficit, correct? This is very concerning. Is this like ongoing? Is this deficit going to be next year too, or what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. For last year, the 24-25 school year, this is the unaudited actual report. We did spend down $30 million, like you said. Again, I don't want to repeat myself, but 11.3 million from unrestricted and 18.7 from restricted. On the restricted programs, we will continue to spend it down on our students until we spend all the restricted money. On the unrestricted, the county have requested us to put together a budget stabilization plan, a spending cut, and the board did that in the June report. And they are asking us to do another report, another budget spending cut. So I will bring that forward to the board, and hopefully that 11.3 won't continue.
Thank you.
So I'm also concerned with.
Actually, Board Member Yu,
Okay.
we have another question by Board Member Dr. Rios.
All right.
So can you quickly explain to me how it is that our ending balance increased?
It did not. Actually, it went from 102 million to 72 million. So we begin the balance, the year, with 102 million, and then we spent down 30 million. So if you look at the very last number, the ending balance is at 72 million. So it
I
did
remember
go down.
64 at one point, but thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
This is the tsunami that we're talking about, which everybody left. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We have our information items. Result of site visits, reviews, uniform complaint data for 24-25 fourth quarter. Dr. Zitlo.
We had no complaints in instructional materials, facilities, or teacher vacancies and misassignments.
Thank you. There's no vote on that. Need to have board members report. You got 30 seconds each. All right. Well, I mean, we are supposed to end at 12. So does anybody want to press for a board report? Okay, then I'll do announcements. Next regular board meeting is Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 7 p.m. District Board Office. We'll have an LCAP study session at 5 p.m. prior. So on October 7th, we'll have that LCAP session. Diversity Unity Equity Board Advisory Committee is Thursday, September 18th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. District Board Office. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, September 24th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. District Conference Room. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, September 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m. District Conference Room. And Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, September 30th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. Are there any public comments for the second session?
Yes, we have one, but how much time do we have?
We can hear it. Let's
We
hear
have
it.
less than a minute.
Come on up.
Okay, I know this is a really hard moment for everyone. I wanted to assure the Stowers community that I still want to be supportive of them and the collaboration with Ferguson. I wanted to speak when you had the motion for the advertisement, so the $100,000 could have been to support the advertisement of the two schools as intended, so that we could have drawn additional and kept additional people here. But now it's going to be kind of hard to advertise for schools that are slated to close. But if there is change, like you said, there could be change, I'm still going to be optimistic, and I am committed to help both of the families of the committee of both schools. But if they're not going to be going together into a receiving school that's going to accommodate them, it's going to be difficult. So just want to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned at exactly 12.